Hey everyone, and welcome to the stream. It's me, ShellshockPrime, and tonight we are going to start up Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth for Backlog Fantasy. That's what's going to be the plan for tonight. We're going to start that off, and it's my first time playing through for that game. I'm going to be doing it from the... Sorry, I just had to take care of something quick, but I'm going to be playing this game from the Ace Attorney Investigations collection on the Switch. So we'll be starting that up tonight, and we will do the second game at some point in the future. But let me go ahead and get to the schedules. You can see right here, there's been a schedule change. I originally planned to do Miles Edgeworth on Thursday, but the plans that I was going to have for Fortune Street Madness is happening after all. So I will also do Disney Afternoon Collection, where we're going to do Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers 2. We will still do Miles Edgeworth on Sunday. But that's the schedule for this week, so that's what I'll do. Good to see you, Ice Pick. Good to see you, Lemon Square, Kaiju. Hope you guys are doing good. It's Tuesday, March 4th, 2025, and the worst kept secret has been announced today. The worst kept secret being Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4 remastered. That's what's happening. That was announced. The only reason it's the worst kept secret is because of the fact that it was leaked, and then like afterwards, Tony Hawk's Twitter was starting to tweet it, but I don't have Twitter, so I don't really follow that. But apparently that's what's going on. I'm glad they referenced the PC port of the original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 by including Doom God. Yeah, they were playing Ace of Spades by Motorhead, which is in the soundtrack for the third game. Because I think the third game originally had Wolverine, but they obviously are not going to have Wolverine because of the license, and they aren't going to have Darth Maul because of the license. Because Activision does not have the Star Wars license. Which, funny enough, they could technically get Indiana Jones because of Bethesda. Because if they're going to get Doom God, they could technically get Indiana Jones, all because Bethesda was the one that worked on Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. So if they ever wanted to do Indiana Jones as DLC, they theoretically could if they want to. Will they? I don't know. But it would honestly be really cool just to see that. Like Indiana Jones skateboarding, and then like he uses the whip with his tricks, kind of like how Spider-Man used the web for like skateboarding stunts and tricks. And Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 on like the PlayStation or N64 and all that, Dreamcast. But yeah. So it would be nice to see, but yeah, I'm actually excited. Like, I haven't played much of the first two, but I believe the first one, the first remaster collection that has 1 and 2 is on sale on the Switch eShop. I think it also might be on sale on Steam. I do need to get it on Steam since they did bring it over there. And I would eventually like to do a retro night in the future where I just do extreme sports games. Where I do the Tony Hawk games. I would do ESPN Extreme Sports for PS1, which was rebranded to One Extreme when Sony lost the ESPN license, and then they just made like 2 Extreme and 3 Extreme. There was also what else is there? The Dave Mirra games. Don't forget BMX Triple X. Nope. Unless you want my account to be terminated. Hence the Kappas. Like I can't do that. I mean, I know for a fact that I think that was the very first episode of What Happened that Matt McMuscles had done. Which, ironically enough, now that you bring that up, guess who's back? Acclaim's back. But it's not the same Acclaim. Like, it's only Acclaim in name only. Because it's not the same company, it's just the company in name only, and that's it. But Acclaim's back. So, and apparently they're going to be working with indie developers. So we'll see how that goes. I don't see the point of bringing it back if they don't have any of the old IPs. Well, the thing is, I believe there was a company called Throwback Entertainment that has like most of Acclaim's games, because that's how some of them got re-released. Like I believe that they were the ones that did Iggy's Wrecking Balls, or at least published it on the Switch NSO. Um, they also brought over the Turok games, so maybe they might work together. We'll see. But I don't know. Oh god. Now I fucking imagine Atari doing a fucking LJN Gold Master Collection. They do a history of LJN. Oh my god. I don't know, like if we would do that. But anyway. Um but yeah. Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I'm actually excited for it. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be great. Um I still need to play some more of 1 and 2. Like, I didn't really do too much on it. But then, like, the shitstorm that went down with Activision made me not want to play it. But, like, now it's like, you know what, I'll play it. But, again, here's my thing. I still maintain the fact that Microsoft should not have bought Activision. And it honestly made the whole thing a lot more, like, it was awful for the simple fact that so many people lost their jobs. Like they actually been laying off and shutting down some studios. Like I know that was already happening with Activision, but it got even worse even with Microsoft. I was hoping it wouldn't, but that's another story. But anyway, so Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. That's what's starting tonight. First time I remember playing this game. I'm gonna be playing this through the Ace Attorney Investigations collection. Let me bump up the Elgato a bit right here, and we will start. So we're gonna do this game because I actually kind of wanted to do it. Like I was honestly waiting for this to be the next game that I do. Like, and when the collection was announced. To be honest, I didn't expect them to announce this collection as soon as they did. Like, I thought that they were going to make us wait a while because last year we also got the Apollo Justice collection. I believe this collection is running on the RE engine instead of MT framework because same thing goes for Apollo Justice, and the reason for that is because the fact that when the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles was released, it wasn't on Xbox because they were having issues with like bringing the game over to Xbox because of the MT framework not working right. So they opted not to release it on Xbox. That's also the reason why the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection did not release on Xbox, and the reason why Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection was going to skip Xbox, but Microsoft managed to make a deal to make that work. Like, they actually brought in some people to help out. They're going to do the same thing with Capcom Fighting Collection 2. So the Ace Attorney team ended up pivoting to the RE engine with Apollo Justice Collection and this. I was shocked that they finally localized Ace Attorney Investigations 2, especially after I played the fan translation back in 2022. Yeah, like, the fact that they decided to localize it is wild. Alright, let's do some settings. Text skip? No. I'll put high. Alright, let's see. Accolade notifications, yes. Yeah. Screen flashes. I am actually going to turn the screen flashes off. At least they put that as an option. So, I mean, it doesn't affect me personally, but if it affects anybody in chat, I figure like I just at least have that. Soundtrack. You have the original and arranged. I'm going to go with the original soundtrack. Alright. Despite the fact that I'm going to go with the original soundtrack, I'm going to go with the HD art style. But at least they have the the pixel art as an option. And reader mode is going to be autoplay. Yeah, it's all good. All right. So we got 2 games. We got Miles Edgeworth, Ace Attorney Investigations, and the second game is Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. We will do this game in the future, but right now we're going to do Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. This game released in Japan in 2009 and 2010 outside of Japan. But this game did not do that great. So the sequel did not release here. The sequel came out in Japan in 2011. Turnabout Visitor. Alright, and of course, because this is my first time playing this game, I'm initiating this rule, and I'm going to pin it for anybody coming in. And of course, if anybody wants to give me a hint, all you gotta do is ask. Unless I go out of my way to ask, but we'll do it. To make sure the defendant is found guilty, what other choice do I have? That's the job of a prosecutor, after all. That may be true, but why? Why go this far? Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. No matter what the cost. Wait, what? And he's wearing a medal. Ooh. I'm a prodigy among prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. March 14th, 2:05 a.m., Prosecutor's Building, 12th floor hallway. Give me 1 second.
That's on mine, right?
Alright, sorry about that. My mom was just coming in, just asking me some questions. That's all. Anyway, so let's go. It's hard to believe that I've been away from my office for a whole month. I hope Detective Gumshoe has been keeping an eye on my office and keeping it clean. Huh? The door's unlocked. Detective Gumshoe? Huh? What's the smell? It's very familiar. Blood? What the? What's the meaning of this? Freeze! Identify yourself. Shut up. Poof. You got some nerve committing murder in the prosecutor's office. Is that a threat? Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home after a month abroad, I would be thrusted into a multitude of cases, and some very frantic and busy days. Sorry about that. Alright. March 14th, 2:56 a.m., High Prosecutor's Offices, room 1202. I finished photographing the victim's body, sir. Very well. Please continue your investigation. Yes, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay, sir? Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene. When I heard that a murder is taking place in your office, I ran up here straight away. This is Dick Gumshoe. He's a detective with a local precinct. I know who he is. And the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being. You're looking a little pale, sir. Are you hurt? No, I'm perfectly fine. However... Look what they did to your office. It's totally trashed. I'll say, the culprit sullied my floor with dirt rather well. No one gets away with tracking mud into my office. Whoa! Sounds like you're getting really burned up over this whole thing. This crime was committed in my office, so it's my responsibility to solve it. Oh, that's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating. Agreed. Our first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. So I'll keep any leads up or information we find etched into the forefront of my mind. Speaking of things that pique my curiosity, why of all places did the murder occur in my office? So there we go. Now we gotta figure that out. I get the nagging feeling this is something important to keep in mind. Give me one moment. Yeah, I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you? No, not really. Hey, Derek. No, it was just a quick thing that, my mom was just asking me a question. No, not really, especially because of this. The key to your office? Oh, nice, the office key. What do you mean, sir? If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you. Logic? By finding the connection between the two pieces of information and connecting them, new information is born. That is the end result of using logic. So how do you use it? First, I recall the information we gathered with L, and then I connect them together with X. Now, to use L and recall the facts. Phoenix has the Magatama, Apollo has the bracelet, and Edgeworth has the logic. Yep. Crime scene. Is it really a coincidence that the murder took place in my office? For security reasons, this office's door has a lock built into it, the office key. Two pieces of the puzzle connect. For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks, which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in here. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as a mere coincidence. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir. There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after? Why did this happen in my office? What was the killer after? You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir. Yes, well, when you follow leads to their conclusion, only the truth remains. However, if the information doesn't line up properly, I may stray far from the truth as well. But if I think carefully before piecing leads together, the logic should flow. Well, let's get started with our investigation, shall we? Yes, sir. Begin investigation. Alright, this is where we begin. The basis of any good investigation is to examine everything, sir. I know that. And when I want to examine something, I simply use A when I'm next to it. Oh, if you ever feel lost and want to talk, just use X, okay? I'll give you great, precise advice as an ace investigator, sir. Something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. Alright, so this is where we investigate. Let's start off with this painting. I hope we can solve this case quickly. I like to return to relaxing on the sofa. That thing looks a billion times softer than my mattress at home. Can I sit on it too, just for a little while, sir? Detective Gumshoe, you know I can't allow that. Until this case is solved, neither of us has time to spare, let alone rest. You're right, sir. I'm going to work hard to be a real trooper to the end. Even once this case is over, I don't think he can afford to take any time off. How is it coming along? Please. I need absolute silence. Fingerprints lifting is a delicate art. Well, I never. Give me just a moment. Sorry. Alright, let's look around. I want to look at the key important parts. You called, sir? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. They finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Now look at the blood. Let's see here. There's blood over his lower abdominal area. It looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir. In other words, he was shot. Yep. And until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more than that. Please have the bodies sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Crime scene notes just jotted down on my organizer. Are you going to be okay with keeping track of the evidence we find, sir? Of course. This is the safest way I know to keep track of it all. Alright, if you say so. I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I want to re-examine a piece, I have to press R to open my organizer. But the organizer isn't the only for evidence. I keep people's profiles on hand in it too. It's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. Alright. There's nothing of interest here. Alright, what about this gun? What have we here? Could this perhaps be the murder weapon? If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here. I think I've seen one of those before. Can you enlighten me as to where? Oh, I know. I was issued the exact same model. I think. Detective. I didn't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. But now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I didn't use mine much, except in emergencies, so that's why I didn't recognize it. So it's the same type of revolver as the ones used by this precinct's detectives. It's a revolver. Alright. Let's take a look around. Oh. Well, it's a good thing my Steel Samurai doll was spared any harm. Speaking of which, I still haven't actually sat down to watch any of that show. What's it about again? Well, I don't know much about it myself, but the hero of the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo, is the Steel Samurai, and his goal is to defeat the evil magistrate. It's a show geared towards kids. However, its high production values and riveting plot draws a number of adults as well. Spin-offs like the Pink Princess Warrior of Little Old Tokyo and the Nickel Samurai, along with the Deluge Merchandise, and even the new stage show gives a presents. You sure know a lot. Are you sure you're not some sort of rabbit fanboy? Oh, of course not. Anyone that keeps up with society knows at least this much. And that conversation lasted longer than expected. Let us return to the investigation. Ah! Watch out for the teacup fragments there, sir! The killer's going to pay. This tea set. Yikes! You're really mad over this. This tea set's very dear to my heart and can only be bought in England. It costs more than your whole month's paycheck. What? Now I feel like the killer's wasted one of my monthly paychecks. Your files are all over the floor, sir. They probably fell during the struggle between the victim and this killer. Signs of a struggle. I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this just rendered all the time and effort I put in pointless. I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room. Well, I wanted the flowers every day, just like you requested, sir. I just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. For about half a day, every Saturday, I come in and clean this place until it sparkles. Does he have a life? Alright. Ouch! They even knocked over your chess set. I had it all set up ready for when you got back. I figured we could play a few games. I had no idea you were interested in chess. I'm actually pretty good at checkers, so I thought I'd give chess a try. In that case, I suppose I could set some time aside after we solve this case. Though I don't expect the games to tax my mental acuity much. Do you have anything to report? Sir, yes, sir. Nothing out of the ordinary right now, sir. And yet, there's something out of the ordinary right in front of my eyes. Talk about contradiction. Something out of the ordinary, huh? I should look around a bit more. Alright, well. Is this yet another batch of fresh flowers? The ones that come with a card attached every month like the clockwork for you? Yup. Speaking of that, let's see what's on the card this month, sir. All will be resolved. Wendy. Oh, Miss Irony. How painful are thy thorns. Wendy. Isn't that the name of that old lady with the whining voice that stuck? That's enough, detective. You need not remind me further. You called, sir? Notice anything? Is there anything you noticed that you'd like to share, Detective Gumshoe? Just that I rushed over here as soon as I heard there was a murder in your office, sir. The investigation just got started, so I guess there's not much else to say. So, were you the one that found the body, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately, Upon my return, I found my office door to be unlocked. And what awaited me inside was this whole messy affair. Ouch, that's rough. Even though I left the security of this room to a certain detective. Sorry, sir. I assume you understand how to conduct investigations, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, sir. Examine anything and everything with A. By checking various things out, we can gather all sorts of evidence and information. You can see the evidence we collected with R. For information and leads, it's L. That's it. Great job, sir. Deductive, reasonable is the way to go. It's called deductive reasoning, detective. Clearly something you lack. Alright. So the killer's gone. Why did this happen in my office? What was the killer after? My files are a mess, pointing to a struggle between the victim and the killer. But what if I did this? Found at the crime scene. It's the same model as those used by the precinct detectives. Oh, it's a trophy. The Knight of Prosecutors, right? King of Prosecutors? And it's not a trophy, it's a shield. They only send this to the winning prosecutor, right? Yes. But I have no real interest in the perceived worth of the other people. As for my own worth, that is something I can only determine for myself. That's so slick, sir. I'm gonna have to try saying that sometime. Unfortunately for him, his monetary worth is tied directly to his worth to me. Alright. It's been a while since I sat on this desk. Oh, how I missed you. Huh? It's so tiny that it looks newer than when I first bought it. Oh yeah, that thing's so polished that it makes mirrors jealous. Don't tell me you had no other work the entire time I was away, detective. My job is to protect your office, sir. And you did such a good job protecting it that a murder occurred in it. That's harsh, sir. I have to admit the desk has never looked better, so I guess I can't dock his pay. I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious nook and cranny. I already read this. I just want to get out of this because I already read this part. Around about half a day, Saturday, I come in and clean this place till it sparkle. Yep. This doesn't have anything of interest. What about the... Oh, this. I don't believe it. I packed those files on these shelves so tight that not even an earthquake could make them fall off, but just look at them. At this rate, the rest of the files won't be able to withstand an earthquake at all. A problem to be sure. Well, once the investigation's over, we'll put them back up on the shelf. No, but there's something here. What do we have here? Hey, I think I've seen one of these before. It's a police badge, detective. Oh, hey, I have the exact same thing, actually. What a coincidence. Let's take a look inside. Buddy Faith, detective. Mr. Buddy Faith. It would appear that our victim was a detective, just like you. There we go. Victim was a detective. I say that I got a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected to each other. Let's see. Let's figure this out. Let's start with victim was a detective. According to his badge and ID, Buddy Faith was a precinct detective. Now let's piece it together with something. Let me take a look at this one more time. Let's go to the info I gathered. I seem to have picked up a few good leads. Oh, so now you're gonna do that thing you do with all that information, right? What are you babbling about? The brainy thing you were talking about just a few minutes ago, sir. Logic. You said that you can look at all your leads in the info by pressing L. Then you pick the ones that seem related with A and connected with X. That's your way of investigating, right, sir? Yes, which is why this exercise in explaining my own method to me was unnecessary. Okay then, I'll explain my logic to you next. That is even more unnecessary. Let's see. Let's connect them. So we got victim was a detective, which is Buddy Faith. But what if we connected with the revolver? The revolver, the standard model used by the detectives. Could it have belonged to our recently departed? Detective Gunshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time? Yes, sir. On it now, sir. Excuse me, pal. Let's see. What do we have here? What we got here? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. This guy's wearing a gun holster. So it appears that our killer has somehow managed to take the victim's gun for him. Victim's revolver. Let's see what else we can find about this revolver. As I always say, you gotta look really carefully at each piece of evidence. You can use the right stick to rotate an object. There's no such thing as a bad angle. Use Eleanor to zoom in and out to get at the nitty-gritty. The thing is that it's so easy to take a life with just the pull of a trigger. You know, I can't ever see myself really liking guns. Oh, but I love the ones they use on track and field meets to start races. If you take off before it's fired, everybody always ends up following your lead. Chase you down for a false start, detective? Now that you mention it, even when I finish first, I always wind up in last place. Alright, let's figure everything else out. Alright, so we've examined it. Alright, wait, there's something here. It looks like only one round was fired from this. Wow, so the killer killed the Vic with just one shot after wrestling the gun from him? Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? We have no proof for now, but that's a distinct possibility. I guess it's about all we're going to find out. We should send the body to the... Jin! Why? Oh, why? How could this have happened? To a guy like you? Are you alright? Don't touch me! Leave me alone! Just let me be! Sorry, but I can't do that. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. The body? The body? Don't talk about him like he's just some lump of flesh. Look at him. Jim looks like he's just turned in for the night. By the way, I noticed that medal. And I noticed that character. Sure. Just in a blood-stained suit, pal. Where are my manners? Aren't you that prosecutor? Why, yes, I am. I'm Jock Portsman, prosecutor. Jim here was my partner in crime busting. I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I am also a prosecutor. Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir. So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office? Yes, that is correct. Then it was you. You're the one who killed Jim. Hey, don't go around jumping to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay? I will not. I know how things work around here. High prosecutors' office doors all have locks built into them. And only the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office door. That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? So the only one who could get in here was me. Wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means. So it was you then. You're Jim's killer. No way, pal. You got it all wrong. Everyone, calm down. Mr. Portsman, correct? If you are a real prosecutor, you should know to stay collected. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to be drawing conclusions? Alright, I got to the point. You're right, my mistake. I tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. You sure are one cool customer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're something of a legend, you know. Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, okay? Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? A pleasure to work with you. You guys were conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on, then. It's your room, after all. Thank you. I intend to. I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there, sir. I want you to capture this scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner, Jim. I should probably give them some space. Well, Notice that he's wearing that medal. Plus, in the opening cutscene, he shot someone, which I'm assuming that's him. It has to be. So, I feel like this is definitely a setup. Just because he wants to get a guilty verdict, but there's more to it than that, and we're going to find out just exactly what it is. But give me just 1 second, guys. Sorry about that, just had to take care of something real quick. Alright, so now let's figure out what we need to do here. So, let's talk right here. Mr. Portsman, a word, if I may. Jim, I swear if I find your killer, bring them to justice. You wait and see, it'll be for the both of us. Now then, you wanted to talk to me about something? No, that's alright. I feel like I'm interrupting their conversation. How is it coming along? Please. I need about absolute silence. This picture's too important to mess up. I'll leave that in the man to his art. Well, now that's done. Alright, your jacket, sir. What's it doing on the floor? I actually thought that was a painting, but no, that's his actual jacket being framed. But it looks like a painting. It actually looks like a painting of his jacket. It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round. So the killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well? They dared to shoot the ultra special jacket that you made your prosecutorial debut in? What if they had shot through it? It would have been a disaster. It's not worth getting worked all up over, detective. Not when there's something more here. Huh? Like what? I take it you haven't noticed it yet, detective? There is a giant contradiction right here, right in front of us. Really? Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. I'm starting to sound like him. Oh, he's talking about Phoenix Wright. But I have my own methods and I will conduct this investigation my own way. When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence, or seems off, that's when my detective skills come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. This is it. This bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should point my cursor at it and press X with conviction. And when I have found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, I present it. This is how I do things. So, we got the prosecutor's badge, we got the crime scene notes, but we also got the victim's revolver. One moment, please. Alright, so I'm going to present this victim's revolver as the evidence for the contradiction.
Eureka!
Eureka! This bullet hole is the contradiction. What do you mean, sir? It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. The first felled the victim. And the second felled this frame. Hey, that's right. However, this gun was only fired once. Hey, that's true too. Which means that one of these 2 bullets was fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight? That there's a chance that there's another handgun, which that chance is legit. By the way, I noticed something, sir. Yes? What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame? Ah, that. It's a secret safe. Secret safe? Oh, I smell money. I'll spare us the trouble and just say it. Nothing like what you're imagining inside. Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way. Roger that. Achoo! Achoo! Talk about dusty. I suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while. I had no idea there was a safe here, or I have kept it clean for you, sir. So when did you put this thing in? It wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one. Really? I had no idea. Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence. So what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth? Right now, nothing. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial is in session. That's it? Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams. Secret safe data. I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Huh? Now this is odd. You found something, sir? This keypad, don't you find it to be a bit too clean? Yeah, there's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not on the keypad itself. You there, the forensic scientist. Yes, sir? Could you please dust this area for fingerprints? You got it, sir. I couldn't find, let alone lift, a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well. All the fingerprints on this have been wiped clean off. They were trying to hide their tracks. As I thought. It appears that logic is the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly connect the dots with the information we have. Alright, so because it got wiped, we have to use logic right now. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so why did this happen in my office? What was the killer after? We have to use the killer's goal. Let's go to white fingerprints. All the fingerprints on this have been wiped clean off. Alright. Connect the dots. Connect the 2 together. Boom! I believe I have figured out what the murderer was after. Well, what is it, sir? The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe. Making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. I wonder if knowing that the motive behind this break-in was theft changes what the other pieces of information can tell me about this crime. Alright, so we got motive and theft. Because the culprit tried to open my safe. What was the killer's motive? Was the killer's motive theft? Signs of a struggle. My files are a mess, pointing to a struggle between the victim and the killer. It could be that, or it could be another handgun. You would think that this would be the logic to go with to connect it to motive, theft. But I'm going to go with signs of a struggle. There was a possibility that files splayed on the floor are not the result of a struggle between the victim and his killer. Oh? You mean like it could be for when the killer tried to find something, sir? Precisely. We need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen. Yes, sir. I'm going to shelve files like you've never seen before, even at a library. Sure. Let's give that a try. Why do all the good ones always die young? Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we limit, the dead will not come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth. And? So what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth? First, we calmly restore the files to the rightful place. You got it. Here, let me help. So this file goes here, and that book goes there. You should know a lot about where things go, despite it being Mr. Edgeworth's office. Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal. Okay, done. It would appear that the murder was definitely committed here. The bloodstains on the bookshelf are still fresh. I suspect that the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf. And then the guy fell onto the floor, right? The blood on the floor is kind of grossing me out. Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now. But you know I'm no good with blood, sir. I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. Let's start with this. I put them all back, just as they should be, sir. Doesn't look like anything's been missing. Although it does look like the killer moved the body to flip through my shelves. I wonder if they found what they were looking for. The victim's handprints. He must have tried to support himself with his hands here after being shot. There are prints on the floor, too. Those must have been made when, unable to stay standing, he dropped to the floor. So this is where the bullet lodged itself after it went through the victim, huh? For the bullet to be lodged so squarely in the file spine indicates that the files were ransacked after the shooting had occurred. Then I guess the victim was moved because he was in the killer's way. It appears that the victim was in a sitting position here after being shot. Oh, so that was why the seat of the victim's pants has blood on it. That'll be the logical conclusion. Well, let's figure this all out. Alright. No, I didn't mean to hit that. Not yet. Killer moved the body because it was leaning against the bookshelf. The blood in this guy's pants proves that pretty well. It says, I suppose. See, I'm not completely useless, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Hold on a second. Give me a second, guys. Alright, let's see, so we have a bit of a contradiction that we need to work with. So let's go with the crime scene notes as what we present. There is clearly a contradiction here with this bullet hole. Well, what do you mean, sir? You don't see? Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too low. If the victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up. Why the guy was shot while he was sitting or lying down? I'll be illogical. The victim leaned against this shelf here after being shot, which suggests that he was standing when he was shot. But that means... Wait, what does that mean? It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective. In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption. And it was from this mistake that our current contradiction was born. What is the faulty assumption that caused this problem with the bullet hole's position? There's the position of the body, position of the handprints, the order of the files. We'll go with the order of the files. I believe the order of the files is a bit off. You mean I put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey, actually, I think the labels on the files are wrong, sir. Oh? Yeah. You see here how the files that were shot begin with the number 0? What are those doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? Actually, the way they're organized now is the correct order. They're exactly as I see them in my mind's eye. But the numbers are all out of order. Those white binders are special, so they are arranged a little differently. From this, we know that the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. Aha, so that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you just did, Detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerable order and see what we find out. Do you think it'll be okay to prop the body back up to how it was before it moved? They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. To be pleased, Detective Gumshoe. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Faith, and then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Exactly, and then proceeded to shoot the victim. But why would someone kill a man and then look through your files one more time? Puzzling indeed. The files were thrown into disarray twice, once before and once after the crime. But why? Now the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Time to give it another look. This. But what is that? Why does it say Gumshoe on there in blood? I'd say that's some incredibly incriminating evidence. Yes, indicative of criminal activity indeed. No, wait. There's gotta be some mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me. Say something, sir. It appears that one of my files was stolen. Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation? Is this what the killer was really after? Stolen file data jotted down. Investigation complete. Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. And this is the most important message managed to reach us. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. You can't be terribly pleased to hear that your beloved partner is the guilty party. If you're going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up. Jim's words, they're more than enough, wouldn't you say? If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it. I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude. And there must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you going to do? What I always do in court. I'm going to cross-examine him. One way or another, I'll expose the flaw in his logic with this technique. Oh, how do you do that? Can you explain it to me, sir? Alright. Might as well. Alright, first I listen to the witness's testimony. If I find a flaw in the testimony, something that contradicts the evidence, I open my organizer with R and present the piece of contradictory evidence. To present something, I simply use X, but that's old news. But it's not like there's going to be a flaw in their testimony every time, right? Correct, and at those times, I need to press the witness with L. Sometimes by pressing, I can draw out new information, and new or modified testimony. I think I get it, sir. I'll be sure to try this technique out during investigations, too. Very well. I'll even show you how it's done. Now watch carefully. Mr. Portsmouth's logic. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Furthermore, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed the theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in the front of the bookshelf. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it'll be by his final words that you will be brought to justice. You intend to argue that the victim's dying message points to his killer? I can hear Jim's voice, and he's calling for his killer's arrest. Oof. Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman? There's no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here. I will find the flaw in this man's logic and expose it with credible evidence. Rebuttal. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun. Alright, let's see. So, let's press.
Hold it!
You know, there's something I've been meaning to ask. What is it? Why do you call the victim Jim, when clearly his name is Buddy Faith? Isn't it obvious? Jim is the perfect name for my companion. Jock and Jim. Don't those two names go together like peanut butter and jelly? But Jim isn't even close to the guy's real name. Well, Jock and Buddy just sounds off somehow. Besides, he was the third of a bunch of guys I decided to nickname Jim. Oof. He talks about the victim like he was his pet. Alright. Let's see, so let's continue. Let's see what we can do. Thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. Well, I want to show you something.
Objection!
Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there's a serious flaw in your logic. Heh. Bring in a bit of the courtroom to this, I see. No problem, I'm game. Hey, Dragon. I can't help but find it odd. Excuse me? Odd that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office. But, what are you talking about? Oh, you're joking, I get it. Ha ha ha. If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another closer look at this. Do you still not see? If I may direct your attention to the missing file. What? That's impossible! What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing. The files in that shelf are all about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file after murdering your partner. I highly doubt they could have missed the bloody letters written on spines. Edgeworth was secretly the goodest guy. Yes.
Objection!
It's possible that they could have taken the file before committing the murder. I think it's pretty obvious that the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters in the detective's name where the file should be as proof. Yeah, I mean that the S is gone, and there's only half an H. If Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit in this case, I highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the file. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood. Which means, what exactly? What does that make this dying message? It makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene. That's so low. I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir. I'm gonna get him, sir. You'll see. I'm gonna have them under arrest in no time. Well, Mr. Portsman? Brilliant! Absolutely splendid! Logic deserving of Olympic gold! I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. Nah. You win some and you lose some. That's how life goes. Glad everyone's so cheery, even though I feel more dead than alive. But you know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up, however. What is it this time? Are you still after me, pal? Humor me for a second. Who has the key to this office? That would be me. But Mr. Edgeworth just proved that I'm innocent, pal. That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence. Then why do I sense that you still have something to say? Well, I was thinking, did you know there's one other person with a key to this office? One other person? Hey, you there. Yes, sir. What is it, sir? Would you kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady here for me? A lady? The girl is a member of this building's security. Think of her as a material witness. Yeah, the way he handles that jacket is ridiculous. It's so like flashy. Security! Didn't you say security? No, stop it, pal, don't! What's wrong with him all of a sudden? I believe she needs no introduction. I have called upon Miss Maggie Bird, a member of security. Detective Gumshoe, sir. Maggie! Miss Bird is the security guard on watch tonight. I see. And your point is? My point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, I mean the master key, which can open all the office doors in this building. What? If you are not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, she was for the second game, yes. Then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird. How dare you? I would never sneak into someone's room. That's right, I refuse to believe that Maggie is the culprit, pal. It was me, that's right, I did it. Can we take that as a confession, Detective? Well, it wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal. So yeah, it was me. If it was, you have no problems with that, right? Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. That girl is the only one who could have committed the crime, and for one simple reason. Reason for suspicion. Gumshoe, you idiot. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message. So you say she used the master key. Incredibly incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say? That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well. That was then. This is now. The flow of a good match always changes during a rally. It's all about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. I wonder if there was anyone else other than Mrs. Bird who could have used the master key. Seems that the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give me more details is to press him. We're gonna have to press him. It's pretty obvious that Mrs. Bird snuck into your room using the master key. Let's see, so let's press.
Hold it!
Are you sure Mrs. Bird is the only member of the security who could use the master key? It's only one person on staff at this time of night, and tonight she's it. Isn't that right, Mrs. Bird? That's, true, but I wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir. Wasn't able to. What's that supposed to mean? Yes. Moving on. I hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated. What do you mean, unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal. But you can't really trust her not to tell lies, plus I hate wasting time. Should I hear Mrs. Bird out? We should. Not so fast. I too am interested in hearing what Mrs. Bird has to say. Didn't I just say it'd be a waste of time? We don't need to hear lies. I'll be the judge of that. Mrs. Bird, if you please. I discovered that the master key was missing at around 1 a.m., sir. What do you mean by missing? As in, it wasn't anywhere in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stolen it. Mr. Portsman, I believe this to be an important piece of testimony. Don't you? I can't believe that someone like you would be taken in by such words. I'm not lying, sir.
Objection!
If that's the case, then I'd like to know, why do you have the master key now? I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir. Ha! A likely story. And where's your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it and then found it again. I never lose things. I can practically guarantee that. With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it. Yeah, pal. Trust me, you don't want to test just how bad her luck is. Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive. Glad you agreed, Mr. Edgeworth. But... You still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office. Her motive? Didn't we already establish that it was theft? I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe. It is as Mr. Portsman says, Detective. I can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. It's time to counterattack with a few facts of my own. Her intent, from the messed up shelves to the wiped down safe, I say thievery. Alright. Let's present something. So, about that secret safe.
Objection!
Do you wish to continue insisting that Mrs. Bird was set on stealing something? Why not? It's the truth, after all. It was also by your logic that we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway. That may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that this safe is a secret safe, the existence of which is only private to prosecutors. I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was part of her cunning plan. But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down. I highly doubt that. I'd say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and the safe were targeted. Yeah, even I didn't know about that safe, pal. And that means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either. Then are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor? Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable. What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now? Curses! Why? What made you? What's with the angry face all of a sudden? It's all my fault. What do you mean? It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret safes. What did you just say? Of course he is, yep. We were partners. Like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him. I filled him in on the secret safes. But that means... Yeah, I know. I had only just told him too. Obviously it was wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it. But the thief who broke into your room was probably Jim. Now he's claiming that the victim was the thief? And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you? Mrs. Maggie Bird. Excuse me? I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. But killing is going a bit too far, even in your risky profession. What the? You're still accusing Maggie of the murder? Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim, who had probably drawn his gun. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it? No. I couldn't. I could never do something like that, not even as a security guard, sir. Plus, even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to his office. Which is precisely why he had to steal it, wouldn't you say? This guy's just making stuff up on the fly. Of course he is. I know for a fact he's covering his tracks. It was Jim who stole the master key. And now he's throwing his partner under the bus. But impossible for supposedly stolen key to be here with us, unless you retrieved it from Jim after you killed him. Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief? I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense. So you're throwing your friend under the bus. Was he even your friend to begin with? He has no honor. No, then, I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man. Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out? Hey, fights, thanks for the lurk. You can't kick us out. This is Mr. Edgeworth's office. Ah, but I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You are all suspects to varying degrees, and therefore ineligible to run this show. Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit. Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself. But, sir, we have no choice but to accommodate his requests. For now. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Now then, if you can remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful. Oof. Mark my words, Mr. Portsman. We will meet again. Obviously, there's no other possibility, like being him who did it. Exactly. If that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Now, don't disappoint me. You hear? To be continued. Let's save. March 14th, 4:18 in the morning. Prosecutor's building, 12th floor, hallway. What is it with the prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable. Please maintain your professionalism, detective. I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocence. You'll see, sir. But we've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir. True. So then what now? Looks like my life's fallen up into yet another gigantic ditch. I actually played through this in the demo that came out. Oh, alright. Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyway. Really, sir? For example, this hallway. The linchpin of his argument against Mrs. Bird is related to the master key. Excuse me. In that case, this hallway is the perfect place to look for more information regarding the mystery surrounding my door. And now we begin the next investigation. Alright, so let's begin. I was wondering if I may speak with you for a bit concerning this case. I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth. I can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask her about the master key. I should jog her memory by showing my notes to her with X. So let's start with the victim. Have you ever met the victim before? Well, I've seen him a couple of times before when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith was always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir. That sounds like fun. Just once I have loved to play with them. It sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Mr. Faith ever did was pass the ball, sir. On second thought, I don't think I have to fit in at all that well with him. Miss Maggie Bird, correct? I take it that you were an acquaintance of the detective. She was under my supervision back when she was still on the force, sir. One day, she got caught up in the murder and things started going downhill, so she quit. I owe lots of Detective Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. Or so I thought until a few hours ago. Right before I was about to clock out for the night. You got caught up in this whirlwind of your case, correct? Don't worry. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Huh? Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. And now I even managed to be named a criminal just when I've become a security guard. That's a lot to go through in one lifetime. I know. And just when I thought I had finally found my happiness, I wind up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck. You don't need to worry about me, Miss Bird, nor do you need to worry about yourself. I will solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is for your cooperation. Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth. You can count on me. I'll do all I can to help. One moment, please. I have a bit of a runny nose. I want to blow my nose, but I want to do it on the stream. So I'll be right back real quick. Alright, sorry about that. It just so happens that, like, after, like, I was blowing my nose, my mom just came in just to ask me a question again. When, kind of figured that she would have been going to bed by now, but... Anyway, let's continue. Alright, so... let's present something to, Maggie. The master key. So when did you discover that the master key was missing? By the time that I realized it, I think it was around 1 a.m., sir. And I noticed it was back around 2:30 in the morning. It was just sitting there on the ledge where security room's reception window is. But I'm sure that between those two times, it was not just gone, but stolen, sir. Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place? It's not like that, sir. You always keep the key further inside the room away from the window. Always, you say, except for this time, correct? Well, I admit that it was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I had used it that I left it sitting out on the ledge. She used the master key? Alright, so... Let's talk. What did you mean by use the master key? Oh, I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his key. I mean, it's my job as a security guard, right? What is it? That's right, I just remembered. The prosecutor who forgot his key. It was Mr. Portsmouth, sir. What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird, quickly. It was around 12 a.m. Mr. Portsmouth had forgotten his office key, so he came down to security, sir. And that's when you loaned the master key to him? No way. It's against regulations to loan the master key out to anyone. I walked with Mr. Portsmouth to his office and opened the door for him personally, sir. I see. And then, what happened after that? Well, he called for me to come close up his office as he was leaving to go home. That was around 1:30 a.m., I think. So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight. Alright. Talk about suspicious. I doubt you could say that you've never left your keys at home, detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portsmouth's door. Alright, well, now that we actually did that, I'm surprised she forgot about that when he accused her. Yeah. Alright. So, the master key was stolen at, I'm gonna go with that. And then I'm gonna go with, use the master key. Connect the dots. Put them together. Mrs. Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story. What? No way, pal. I mean, sir. You said that you locked up Mr. Portsmouth's office at around 1:30 a.m., correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at that time. Wow. Nothing gets by you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. I had totally forgotten all about that. But thanks to you, I'll remember it now. You're right. It was around that very time that I realized the master key was missing. And? Well, I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the master key, could I? So, I pretended to lock up his room, sir. You pretended. Yeah, I used my house key and made it look like I was locking up, sir. So in actuality, you never did relock the door then. Well, I thought that maybe I can go lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly. Mr. Portsmouth's office. Alright. What is the basketball doing here? That's Mr. Portsmouth's prized possession, sir. I heard you also play soccer, dodgeball, and even tennis. And not a single one of those sports is suitable to be played in a hallway. What is a basketball hoop doing here? Hey, didn't this used to be just outside next to the building a long time ago? So when and why was it moved indoors? I don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently. Drag it? I heard that it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it himself. All the way up to the 12th floor. Damn, that's impressive. It looks like you're in quite the pinch, Mr. Edgeworth. To be sure, murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. We must find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly post-haste. Sounds like a messy case you've got on your hands. If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open. How gracious. I will keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again? Imagine playing basketball there. Exactly. Is everything alright? Yes, sir. If you must know, I weighed myself this morning and I'm finally at 154 pounds. Congratulations. But I was asking about this hallway in this room. Oh, everything's okay, sir. A word of advice. Stay focused, or you may start to lose even more weight. Damn. I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. So, let's take a look at this. Alright. Room 1203. I take it that this is Mr. Portsmouth's office. Yes, you can't mistake it because of that basketball hoop, sir. Oh, that reminds me. Mr. Portsmouth had actually wanted room 1202 really badly. But since you were already occupying it, Mr. Edgeworth, we put up next door, sir. So why was Mr. Portsmouth so particular about getting room 1202? I'm not sure, but I bet it's because of something like his birthday is December 2nd. Yep, that's gotta be it. I can't think of another reason why. I can think of at least 3. Bah, why am I even wasting time thinking about this? Door is locked tight. I bet the old credit card trick wouldn't work here. Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? This is the office of a high prosecutor detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them. Aha! So I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must be who our culprit is. May I advise you to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from? No, I didn't want to do that. Is the spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Eureka!
There's a contradiction here between reality and the evidence. If what Mrs. Birds had said is true, then why is this door locked tight? Huh? You know, you're right. Mrs. Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door? I'm certain of it, sir. I don't think Mr. Portsmouth noticed it himself that I hadn't. Which means, what, sir? It either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one. She opened a different door? But how can you prove that? There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is, we need to examine these. Alright. So, let's go... So, print to the master key, doorknob, and number plate. Let's go to doorknob. The print to the doorknob will tell us everything. Hey, you, pal. Do us a favor, see what you can live from this, okay? So, what did you find out? There's no need for such belligerent, nostril-flaring, detective. Sir, I have found only Mr. Portsmouth and Mrs. Faith's prints on this doorknob. So only 2 people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive. Huh. I'm lost, sir. Thinking logically, a certain other person's prints should be on this knob as well. Now then, whose prints should also be on this doorknob? Let's figure this out. So, Maggie Bird?
Take that!
Don't you find it odd that the prints on the... Don't you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked this door are absent? You mean... Yes, the door that Mrs. Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. Mr. Portsmouth's office data updated in my organizer. What do we have here? I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious looking cranny. What's this? What are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey, how about a game? That's okay, detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off. Hey, you're right, sir. I guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk. The positioning of the hoop is definitely unnatural. I better take note of this. There we go. But there's something... But the real thing I want to look at is this. What is this? Looks like a scrap of paper. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it. I brought the 3 pieces of evidence by, just like we talked about on the phone. But looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up to you later. Buddy. It looks like a note for the victim. Yeah, and it's for Mr. Portsmouth. There we go. We got that. Alright, so... Let's, No, not yet. Is this the basketball property of Mr. Portsmouth? Yes, sir. He's always ready for a match. Basketball, soccer, dodgeball, tennis. Doesn't matter what sport it is, he's game. Although I think it'd be a little hard to play tennis with this ball. That isn't the point you should be focusing on, detective. You're right, sir. Now I know what I should be focusing on. Bad, Mr. Portsmouth. Someone should teach him to clean up his toys after he's done playing. I think we've reached the end of this conversation. I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. What's this right here? It's... Aha! Ah, it's the missing O0 series file. Sir? No doubt about it. The bloody letters mark it clear as day. There seems to be a few pages missing. Our thief took only what was necessary and left the rest behind. So what are these zero files about, sir? I guess they got something worth stealing in them, huh? Not particularly. It's just a collection of court case files. However, the cases within these files are not mine. Huh. They belong to the high prosecutor that used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were. Then that means the thief must have also wanted to file for a specific reason, right? It would seem so. All the pages related to that case from 10 years ago are missing. I wonder why anyone would care about such an old case. Well counted high quality sofa for visitors. The stitching is perfect. Talk about luxury waiting area. These babies are also great for napping, you know. You would sleep even out here, detective? In a hallway? Whenever I do, I always wind up dreaming about giving testimony up on the stand. But it always ends up the same way. Me getting trounced by a lawyer. Isn't that awful? Maybe I should give it a try sometime. To envision myself winning naturally. I check this area, but never hurts to take another look. I bet the thief's not under here. I guess there isn't enough space for anyone to hide under here anyway. I mean, if someone could contort themselves to fit, I'd be really impressed. Sounds to me like somebody already has tried at least once before. Or you steal something and then leave it behind. So what are these all files? Didn't I just explain that a few minutes ago? Guess they got something worth stealing in them, huh? Not particularly. It's just a collection of court case files, however. The case within these files are not mine. Kind of majestic too, fits in really well with the ambiance of the prosecutor's office. Even Mr. Portsmouth seems dignified just because he works behind one of these. Nonsense. A man doesn't become more or less dignified because of where he works. Well, he still seems more dignified than Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne? I suppose custodial work can also be dignified. No, I don't want to touch that. I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. I don't see any signs of forced entry, and according to the guard, no signs that the lock was picked either, sir. Meaning that the door really was open with a key. They just happen to ask if any parts were lifted from the doorknob. Apparently, the doorknob's clean as a whistle. Wipe, they think. Whoever this thief is, they did a good job of not leaving any clues behind. There we go. Poking around this hallway has actually paid off quite handsomely. Huh? How so, sir? In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat. With the real culprit in this case. You know who the killer is? Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsmouth. What? Mr. Portsmouth? I knew it. That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me too. I suspected it was from him from the instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir. That is anything but logical. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Come what may, it's time to knock on truth's door. Alright, here we go. March 14th, 5:12 a.m., High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Portsmouth, I finished processing the bloody letter, sir. Alright, let me take a gander at it. Pass it here. Okay, looking good. You there, take good care of this. Well, if it isn't Detective Gumshoe. End of the line for you, Portsmouth. We got you now. Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of joke? It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jock Portsmouth, that you are the guilty party in this case. You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. I'd be mad too. So I guess you could stay, if you promise to stay out of our way. You intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job? I can see right through the unsightly, paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl. Who would have ever thought that it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? The legendary prosecutor who'd never lost a single case for 40 long years. But there was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaches me that I got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know. Are you done trying to play mind games with me? Because they won't work. The only thing you should be using is that mouth of yours for now is explaining. Although that, too, will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up. Well, aren't we full of ourselves, even though you have yet to prove anything? Mr. Portsmouth's rebuttal. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how, may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I got work to do, so we're done here. We're not done with you. Sorry, but we're not finished yet. Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusations on something? I'll show you what I'm basing my accusations on. With evidence. Alright, let's begin. Alright, so we're going to cross-examine this. We're going to check this out. Alright, so I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Well, I have something for you. Let me show you something. See this master key?
Objection!
I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less.
Objection!
Wait, hold on for a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know. Precisely. You were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but only to direct. That's right. You used your finger to direct this person to open my door with a key. And the person that you directed is Maggie Bird.
Take that!
You asked Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes? Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know. But the room you had Miss Bird open at the time was not your own, was it? What? You have quite the imagination. But why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we? I'm certain that it was Mr. Portsman's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir. See? Miss Bird backs up my story. Yet, what if you had misheard her to fool her into thinking what you wanted? Ha! And how do you suppose I did that? By switching the number plates on our doors, for example. That's right. They do slide out pretty easily. Furthermore, you then used one other thing to give a very strong impression. That the door she was opening was yours and not, in fact, mine. What was it that Mr. Portsman used to make Mrs. Bird think it was his room? Well, the answer to that question is this basketball hoop.
Take that!
What? The basketball hoop, sir? It's quite the peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building, which is why it left an unusually strong impression on you. It's an object perfectly suited to sit just outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor. Wow! That was very true, sir, because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door I was opening had to be Mr. Portsman's. There are signs that the hoop has been moved. To sit in the front of my office, to be sure. I see. So that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture is a little off the racetrack. Conjecture's rebuttal. Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my office room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. Well, so he intends to claim his innocence to the end, does he? I'm as pure and innocent as my jacket. Hey, H-Bomb and friends with the raid. Thank you so much for the stream. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Hope you had a good stream. You were doing retro? What type of retro were you doing tonight? But whatever it was, I hope you had a good stream. We're playing Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth. This is the first of the 2 games in the collection that I'm doing right now. So, first time playthrough. So, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm as pure and innocent as my jacket. And Miss Bird is as dirty as guilty as the jacket she wears. My jacket's not dirty. If you know, I just washed it yesterday. Please, calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here. Alright, time for the rebuttal. Time to counteract this. Now you're just spouting nonsense here. I'm pressing this.
Hold it!
Nonsense, you say? Yes, because I'm telling the truth here. I had the girl open my office door. Well, I think this is time to present something. I unboxed my new Atari 7800 Plus and played some games for that. Then more NES games with my 20-minute challenge. Finished the DS. Finished the Ds. Oh, nice. So what am I presenting? Well, I am going to present this right here.
Objection!
Mr. Portsman, there's a large flaw in your logic. Yep, going alphabetical for the most part. Nice. Looking forward to when you do M. Really, I think it holds up rather well, actually. What do you think is wrong with it? I was thinking about doing some sort of a shuffler stream at some point where, it's Mega Man 1 through 6 on the NES, X1 through X3 on the Super Nintendo, and all 5 in the Game Boy games. Nothing. Let's move on. This isn't like you at all, sir. Concentrate. That was careless of me. I can't afford to do that when truth was slowly slipping away. Remain calm, Miles. It's the only way. Alright. I think I gave the wrong thing.
Objection!
Oh, F is next week? Nice. From East 1992, Famicom baseball games, and Fastest Quest. Oh, Fastest Quest, damn. I had your door dusted for prints. My door? Ha! What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. Sure, good at wasting time. You're right, I didn't find anything. And definitely not Mrs. Bird's fingerprints. Her prints? What did they have to do with anything? Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her prints should naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Furthermore, all the prints of my office door's knob have been wiped clean. Off. Someday her prints will come. Oh god. I can only assume it's because Mrs. Bird's fingerprints were on it. For whatever reason, I'm just... Like, every time I hear about prints, I keep thinking about that Animaniacs joke.
Objection!
But it doesn't change the fact that I was in my room the entire time. Is that really a fact, or is it fiction? Hey, would I lie to you? I have here the proof that you were not in your room the entire time as you claim. So I'm gonna go with this one right here. I think now I present that. This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. A note? It was left under your door, or did you not notice? And right here it says, "But you're out." You were not in your room when the victim came to call you. No, fingerprints. I don't think so. So then, where were you and what were you doing? Ah! Don't you think it's time you gave up on your charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me. And Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had threatened me as you escaped. As I said, when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office. And just what's so funny, pal? Well, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office fine as prosecutor, sir. As he makes a huge mistake in accusing me, it's simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world. What? Mr. Edgeworth just explained it all, and he even backed it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already. And as I said earlier, it's also circumstantial. So full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints? Well, I can readily confess that I wiped the knob down as well. I'm a little obsessive compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched. Which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, makes perfect sense that that only Jim's and my own prints would be there. You made that up just now, didn't you? Furthermore, as for the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly what this was? For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Like, early leaving? Or early evening, for example? Are you saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway? Hey, even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse. Now, that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you did notice a hole that size. Ah, but you can't prove that, can you? Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here. Ugh. Portsman makes a good point. I can't prove that he didn't simply overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi. Airtight, you say? I only just realized I have one as we were talking. I guess it would have been better for all of us if I had told you sooner. Portsman's alibi. If memory serves, you came back to his office at around 2 a.m., correct? And it was then that you had the unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around. I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's a perfect alibi. Do you really think it's that perfect? Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, yes, sir. I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I think we're in trouble. It's just like Mr. Portsman said. The guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him around at 2 a.m. You see? All of the evidence points to him being the culprit. So there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere. Let's do it. Here we go. We're gonna press.
Hold it!
You're correct. It was around 2 a.m. Are you sure? It's really important to me that you were spot on with the time. I remember checking my watch then, and make no mistake, it was 2. Oh, giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to the office at 2. And it was then that you had the unfortunate confrontation at the gunpoint with the culprit.
Hold it!
Is this it you say, however? Yes, however, you're the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me who you saw? It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see.
Objection!
Oh, come now. I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you? I'm beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here. Oh well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit. At exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs.
Hold it!
So you paid the criminal affairs department a visit. Yep. Right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct. Ask around. I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi.
Hold it!
Well, we did go and ask around to confirm your testimony. And it was just as I said, right? Yes, sir. The number of detectives said that they saw you at around that time. See, I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had on my sleeve. Ah! Impossible. He actually does have the perfect alibi. What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face? Can you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we reached the end of the line and it's time to get off this crazy train. You there. Sir, please escort the young lady out. But remember, be gentle. Maggie, Detective Gumshoe. Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn this situation around. If only I had a clue. Did I miss something that could help me cast doubt on his alibi? Well, I have an alibi. I need to calmly think this through one more time, and with logic. So, let's do this. We got, let's do Mr. Portsman's alibi. Another handgun. Let's see if we can combine them and see what we can get out of that. I don't think I can use files in disarray right now. There are 2 bullets left at the scene of the crime. One that robbed Mr. Faith of his life. And one that nearly robbed me of my jacket. However, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once. Meaning that it is entirely possible that a second gun was used in my office tonight But seeing as how the killer had to steal Mr. Faith's gun, I doubt the killer had another gun up their sleeve. Therefore, the second gun could have been the property of an entirely different person, which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Another visitor. Alright, so files in disarray and another visitor? Perhaps. Let's see. We'll do that. Supposing there was yet another visitor tonight, that would also resolve the issue of why my shelves were appended twice. We know that the shelves were disturbed once before and once after the murder, so it shouldn't be much of a stretch to think that it was the work of two different people. Once by the person who stole the victim's gun and then killed him with it, and then once again after the murder by our second culprit, who was the owner of the second gun. Did we suppose that the second culprit's gun was the one that pointed at my back?
Objection!
Mr. Portsman, it seems I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case. Great, so you finally come to your senses. Mr. Edgeworth? Sir, what are you saying? This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I had assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into was just your average thief. A thief? But sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts? Not at all. It simply means that the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, two culprits stole into my office tonight. But what do you mean two? Explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice and how there were two guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Mr. Bird and gained entry into my office.
Objection!
Now you're just leading the argument. You still don't have any actual proof, you know. If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me, which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time. So then this would be when the files were put back in the wrong order, right? Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith? Why did Mr. Faith come into your room, sir? He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. But that's when he noticed sounds coming from my office would be my guess. Oh, because you were supposed to be away, right? And he must have thought it was odd. So he came into this office to check it out. Correct. And as a detective, that was the right thing to do. But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance to steal Mr. Faith's gun from him. And then he killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. This was the moment in which the first shot was fired, the one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he also had left the fake dying message behind. You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that? Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there was yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated. There was another visitor, sir? Yes, and this other person's objective was also to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found their prize. The stolen zero file, right, sir? Correct. Only just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter. So the shelves getting messed up twice with the two bullets. It was all because two different people were doing those things at two different times. Precisely. So now you see Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief. I was not, in fact, Mr. Faith's killer. The alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant. Because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit.
Objection!
What's so funny, pal? Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything. Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth after all. But you know, it still doesn't change the facts that it's all circumstantial. Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right, it would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there is still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir. Well, he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir. Don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie, I'll do something if I must. You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. The person you've met really was just a plain old thief? Then why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct. Part 2. That thief you ran into should be your real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I already said, I was training in my room. When Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at criminal affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left. So you think we should be out there looking for the thief? Of course. Now is the time to be having these dead-end discussions. I don't think it's all dead-ended. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here, at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it. Portman's alibi, part 2. Alright, so let's figure this out. Let's go. There's something. Alright. We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might be still be there nearby. I don't really think there's anything to point out here. I hate to repeat myself, but as Iris has said, I was training in my room. Nope. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at criminal affairs. I want to know more information on this, so let's press.
Hold it!
Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith? And, that's because he said he was tired and was going to take a quick nap. You know, those sofas in the hallway, he likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits. And what of the evidence he brought? They were things related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items, a gun and a pendant. Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial to let slip through the cracks. He brought me 2 items, a gun, a pendant, and that are related to yesterday's case. Alright, if I were to present something, what about the, no.
Objection!
Only 2 pieces? I believe the proper phrase here is, you fail. Excuse me? You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me. What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you. Well, here's a piece I think that you should read carefully. I brought the 3 pieces of evidence by, just like we talked about on the phone, but it looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up with you later. Buddy. It says that Mr. Faith was bringing the 3 pieces. Yes. And this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman. I can't believe to get tripped up by simple arithmetic. Where is the missing piece of evidence? You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe? You don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe. Well, what? Don't come any closer. I'm warning you. It's all part of the investigation, pal, so don't even think about stopping me. No! Hey, what's this? He had this on him, sir. Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide. But why would he hide something like that? There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail. For the section of this tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin. KG8 incident. The KG8 incident. That's a police case number, sir. Does that mean this video is evidence from that case? Interesting. However, what's recorded on this isn't what's important right now. Let's give the casing a thorough once over. Ah! Best blood, isn't it? Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh. You mean this might be Detective Fave's blood? No! No! You got it all wrong! No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. Tell us that you have received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us. When and how did the victim's blood find its way into this video? Yeah, it's totally suspicious. Was it at the moment of his death? Detective Fave had this video tape on his personage when you kill him? You know very well there's no way to prove that. Not even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints? If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones here would belong to the murderers, you and Mr. Fave. No, impossible. He swallowed his medal. March 14, 5:47 a.m. High Prosecutor's Offices, room 1202. Mr. Portsman has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir. Very good. And the results we got back from the lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. The blood work came back, and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. And as a bonus, they were also able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well. Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth. I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir. It was nothing. I'm just sorry you got caught up in the murder in my office. Please accept my apologies. It was nothing. Really. Compared to what I've been through, I mean, I consider myself lucky that it was only a burglary and not a murder this time, sir. If it had been a holdup or a hostage situation, I had thrown my hands in the air. I think I'm finally rising up from a goddess of misfortune to just an unlucky person. Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail. Know something, sir? That Mr. Portsman really was one corrupt prosecutor. And why would you say he was corrupt? Well, I heard that there were a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he used is forged, sir. Forged evidence, huh? And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons. Ooh, that guy was a complete disgrace to the entire profession. We never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office. Yeah, whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up. Although we can be pretty certain that it was to steal something. This is just between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization has been involved behind the scenes. Oh, well. With Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this. Huh? That Mr. Portsman isn't the bad guy? I didn't say that, but rather that there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out the significance of this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Oops. Sir, I don't think there's any mystery left to that piece. You might be right there. I think you solved the case already, Mr. Edgeworth. The only thing left is what we still don't know about this, maybe this. Yes, the Zero Series file. The significance of which we have yet to fully comprehend. The person who stole this file, the other villain of the night. Yeah, I wonder who it was. And what happened to the stolen pages? I wonder, who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Yes? I came across this while I was processing your office earlier, sir. This card. What is it, sir? Is this a bird or something on there? It's not just any bird. It is the mark of the raven, a three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective. Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? That great thief everybody's talking about? Yes. It's the mark of the great thief, Yatagarasu. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end, a modern Robin Hood. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. Though we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. The theft is always performed in silence and always with perfection. Once the target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media, along with this single card. Although it has been a while since the Yatagarazu's last appearance. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, look, something's written on the back. What? Let me see. It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files. So the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. Organization. Quite a few key words are popping up in this mystery. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief, Yatagarasu. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming. For they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. The end. So that's the first story.
You win.
We win. Well, that's the first story of the game. Now let's go to the second story. Turnabout Airlines. That is the next story we're going to do. Also, I see the silhouette. I know exactly who that is. Wait, is it? Is it who I think it is? I think that is exactly who I think it is. But let's go in. I think that's Francisca. Because it kind of looks like it. The murder that occurred in my office. The return of the great thief Yatagarasu. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day. Two days earlier. Everything is rewound. Like, rewind. Yes, everything began high up in the air, 9,000 feet in the air to be precise. Go you. Thank you for flying Go You Airlines. We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. Oh boy. March 12th, 6:13 a.m. Flight G-390. First floor lounge. Ugh. So that guy got his just desserts, or was he simply a pawn in a much bigger conspiracy? We're gonna have to wait and see. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? So this episode takes place 2 days prior, so let's see what happens. And the wine was spilled. 6:13, huh? Guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Ha! Slight turbulence indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. I suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Though admittedly, I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. What's that? Huh? What's this? A travel wallet, but it's not mine. Conveniently looks just like blood. It kind of does. How did someone else's travel wallet end up in my pocket? My head. Why won't this headache go away? I'll take care of this travel wallet later, or hand it off to an attendant. Ugh. From earthquake-like turbulence to an elevator. Oof. What am I doing hesitating like this? Actually, I know full well why I hesitated. It was when I was still young, but still a young child. I was caught up in a murder that happened in the elevator. I think this was referenced. Forgot what game was this referenced in. Was it the second game or was it the third game? It couldn't have been the first. Nah, it's red Gatorade. Of course it's Gatorade Keyblade. No, it's strawberry jam. But how long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one. Barry Limeade. Oh, it was the original game. Okay. Oh, what in the world happened? Is there something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your seat. He said, please calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts. What's wrong? Did something happen? You murderer! What? No, you have it all wrong. It wasn't me. The DL6, yep. March 12, 6:41 a.m. Flight G390, second floor, first class. Everyone, I am sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of your flight attendants today, Rhoda Tiniero. Unfortunately, we had just a minor accident on this flight. An accident? The whole area is now in Sicily, yep. An accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I caught a glimpse and it was a murder. What? Murder? What's going on this flight? Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. This flight will stay on course and make a scheduled landing. We are still currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we are out of this area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated. Oh yeah, the Merry Christmas gun, right. But someone was killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let me off. Please, there is no need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprits. I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a prosecutor. I assure you I am not the killer. Ha! Being a prosecutor doesn't make you capable of murder, buddy. Now you listen here. I am not the killer. I simply found the body. So you say, however, I am sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor as a professional flight attendant. Oh, is that right? I know what I saw. And there's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up. What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about? We've already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you will remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation. Your situation? I'm more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. I'm not about to just sit idly by what I get accused of murder. Miss De Niro, is it? Yes? I was wondering if you might give me a chance. A chance to do what? A chance to plead my case. And a chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him to give a proper defense? Can the professional flight attendant inside you really call this action righteous? You have a point. Very well. I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you only look even more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also do not have the time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick. Of course, as you wish. Good. Very well, then. Let's get started. I know for a fact that I didn't kill the man in the elevator. They're reusing the courtroom audience sound effect from this, yep. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve, but I'm certain it doesn't fit with how well the crime really occurred. Here we go. Let's start this. What Miss De Niro saw. I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I am certain you're the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator, it was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off the murder weapon. So, if you would please cooperate, well, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land. That's it? That's her evidence? I don't think you could ask for more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? Not really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it. A gaping hole in it. Alright. So let's do this. Alright, so I swore to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Fortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm certain you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator, it was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off of the murder weapon. Alright, well, let's present something. This travel wallet.
Objection!
Miss De Niro. Well, what is it with the yelling all of a sudden? Force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss De Niro, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood. Is that correct? Yes. All that blood. Drip, drip, drip. Just recalling that scene sends a chill down my spine. Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you. What? I'd like to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is? It's a travel wallet, right? But it looks a little big and bulky. The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss De Niro. What? Impossible. Now then, do you still think that I'm the killer? That I killed him with a travel wallet? But I saw blood dripping from the wallet. I know I did. As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. But if you'd be so kind as to take a whiff, I think you agree that it's only grape juice. Grape juice, huh? Looks like wine to me. Ah, then, that's right. You mistook grape juice for blood. The murder weapon dripping with blood does not, in fact, exist. No! There, that should clear up that pesky accusation. Well, wait just a second. That is, I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside, please. Now, not now, Timmy. I need to have my adult juice. She's trembling, and the tacked on please at the end sounds like I've got her. There's no need to look inside. Even you can tell from its appearance that it's light. No, I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of that wallet for myself. She's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Miss Nero, if you would be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me? Alright. I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here. Alright, so let's take a look. Grape juice stains on the outer cover. True, it was I who dropped in the juice. However, I didn't do it out of ill intentions. Let's open. Seems that this passport's all that's in here. As you saw, there's nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet was the murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree? Please hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it now? Well, I was wondering, whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look? Why not? I'm rather curious myself. This is... just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Acme Hicks, which makes it the victim's property. You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you? How dare you? You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon, but it seems that I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is. Alright, he was paper cut to death, obviously. As you claim, the murder weapon is not a travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks' money, weren't you? Oh boy. So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I see. You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play? Rebuttal. Alright, so... as you claim, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something that you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks' money, weren't you? Well, allow me to show you something. So, I'm going to show you the crime scene notes.
Objection!
I wonder if I might get a word in, Miss Tenero? Well, what is it now? Miss Tenero, I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony. What are you talking about? You suspect the guy wearing a suit and cravat of petty stealing? Wow. It's simply impossible that the motive for this murder was monetary theft. One glance of the crime scene should have told you of that. What about this scene would have proved that the motive for the murder was not the money? Let's take a look at everything right here. So let's look at the money. There's a lot of money on the floor.
Take that!
Right? Direct attention to things strewn all over the floor. Ah! That's right. That floor is covered in bills and coinage. By your rationale, these were the very things the killer was after. Ah! I think we can assume that the wallet fell during the victim's struggle with his killer. And I would think that the killer would have noticed something like money scattering everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there was no effort made by the killer to gather the money. But the wallet...
Objection!
Yes, the wallet. You will also recall that the only thing in it was Mr. Hicks' passport. Ah! If you're really insisting that it was a crime based on greed, then you're claiming that it was all for an empty travel wallet. Forgive me! Please! You're thinking of who I'm thinking there are normal people. Hey, what the heck? Are you saying the attendant's wrong? So that guy is the killer? Ha! Don't believe it, everyone. It's a trick. Ugh. Will you all please be quiet? Miss Tenero. Yes? You lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark, and looking into the light from the elevator, it's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. I take no offense that you thought I was the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you for releasing me. Ugh. Who is this guy? What is it now? Or is, oh, it's a woman. Is that a man or a woman? I can't tell. Sorry. It's just the way they're dressed. I am so sorry. Looks like it's a woman. Miss Tenero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged. It looks like the real murderer. It sounds like Borknian, but I don't understand any of it. There's another attendant on this flight who... I said that he's given the runabout. Who is this person? I don't require an interpreter. I speak English just well, see? Perhaps maybe they could be, they probably could be non-binary, maybe? I don't know. I honestly don't know. You, the attendant. Yes, sir. I want this person to be under the arrest until we arrive at the airport. I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for? What is it you want? I'm finished talking to the likes of you. Please, I'd like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land. You, how dare you try to waste my time? They do have a pretty interesting fashion sense. You were the one who stuck your nose into my affairs. I wanted to spend even at least one more second with my precious art. I have no time for other things. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolvent. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in English. Well, I should hope I'm not monetarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name. I am Zink LeBlanc II. I am a very wealthy man in Borgia. I am not an ordinary rich man. I am an art dealer, a rich seller of beauty. Yeah, it's just a design of the character. Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now? Pardon? When you said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabouts, I have to explain? Unbelievable. I will say it once, and only once. I do not have even a second to waste. Time is money, as they say. Yes, and yet you continue to blatter on. I saw it. Yes, I did. I saw the victim go into the elevator, going down the lounge. It was exactly 6 o'clock. And what's the significance of that time? At 6, he says. Well, wait, you saw him at 6? Ah! What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body? Well, it was a little after that patch of turbulence, so I would say around 6:15. Ah. Hicks was his name, was it? Then I say the man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span. And the only person in the lounge at the time was his prosecutor, yes? Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time. Me too. I was watching the movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice. I was still eating. Still haven't finished, see? The other passengers have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose. No compliant? I see. Not a single word against this, right? I have no way of discounting what you have put forth at this point, but it wasn't me. Oh, so you say. But you do have, what you say, the evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, Are you really the culprit after all? Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you're quite certain in what you saw, enough to give testimony? Of course. I was looking at the man the whole time. He was playing with that annoying little, small machine the whole time. Machine? Yes. That's what you call that's what you people call it in English, yes? It was making me crazy with the click, click, click. From that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer. I believe what Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself. A simple cell phone. A laptop or organizer I can see, but that's kind of low budget. I hate that noisy little machine in his hand. Not a fragment of beauty. All it produces is ugly sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw. Mrs. Tinero? Yes? I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene. What? You want to examine the crime scene? If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I could produce the real culprit. I don't like the sound of that. Fox in the duck pen. Yes, I think that's how you say it in English. It's Fox guarding the hen house, and I believe my innocence was proven earlier. And if I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Miss Tinero, if you wait until we arrive, there is a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then. I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say. Ha! This should not be approved. Please, Mr. LeBlanc. In an emergency, all decisions are to be made by the captain alone. Now, please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back. You're not planning to erase evidence when you are doing your investigation, yes? Of course not. Ha! We will see. Sounds to me like you're projecting. Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene. If anything, I would have expected LeBlanc to be the one to erase evidence. But what? Unbelievable! I mean, you're that, Miss Nero. However, there is one condition. I aim to supervise you. Can you agree to that? Of course. I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural as I'm still a suspect in this case. Ugh. I take full responsibility and will watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. I hope this is reassurance enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to use X to talk. It's time to head to the scene of the crime, the first floor lounge. Alright, we're going to do this. Go see red. Let me quickly save here. Oh, wrong place. March 12th, 7:26 a.m., Flight G390, first floor lounge. I want to thank you for your help back there, Miss Nero. It was nothing. You should thank the captain for granting you permission. And just so everything is perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota. I see. I will bear that in mind. I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that. We reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you're not making progress. And when we do, he asks that you please return to your seat at that time. So my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? I have to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time is up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you could think of where the killer might hide on board? I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seats, we made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one could move between those two classes at first class without a staff key card. And we found no record of a key card being used at all, which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. At least I know that much for sure. And one other thing, no one else has been allowed near the crime scene since the murder was discovered here. It's time to investigate. Let's do it. First floor lounge. Now then, let's get started. But where should we start from? Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred between 6 and 6:15 a.m. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself. which could make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that the killer was around somewhere. So that begs that question. What clues point to where the killer could have been? If we are to believe what you say is true, then yes. The first order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. So that's what we're gonna do. Alright. There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. I assume it was spilled during the turbulence. Oh, we must clean that up or someone might get hurt. Aha! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I found some very important evidence. What is the important piece of evidence in this scene? There's footprints.
Take that!
What is it? They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree that they're a set of footprints. So you think, yes, these belong to our killer. Oh, then maybe we should check the shoe sizes of everyone in first class. I don't think that'll be of any help to us. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match. Oh, I see. But at least we know that there are footprints. A pity that a bronze statue knows not when a good drink has been split as its feet. This is a statue of our founder, Mr. Hugo Hughes, who was a big fan of grape juice. I'm sure he would be thrilled if he knew so much grape juice was here at his feet. Isn't that a hint of a hero worshipping I detect? Alright. What floors does this elevator service? Only the first and second, although it can also go down to the cargo hold, leaving footprints like an amateur. Yep. However, that requires a flight crew keycard. So the only floors accessible to the passengers are the first and second. Huh. Yep, there we go. I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Alright, so let's take a look. I doubt anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight. So Mr. Hicks, he's really dead? Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right there. Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yes. I see she's over there trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks' head. Could this be the cause of the death? He appears to have been struck very hard. Blunt force trauma. Wound on the back of Hicks' head suggests blunt force trauma, but what caused it? The victim's glasses are broken. Were they broken during his murder? Alright, what about this little gold statue right here? What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor here? Oh, that's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Hugo. It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell at our in-flight shop. This bank is a limited edition, and so it's so popular that we're down to our last one. You have an in-flight shop? Yes, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment, but it was open the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks' body was discovered. There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon? Yep. Alright, cool. So at least we started to check that one. Alright. Alright, now what about this? Let's see, there's a lot of money around here. But wait a second. There's something sticking out of his pocket. Hope you won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. Huh. It's a picture. It looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere. Photo of Mr. Hicks' data jotted down. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need that. Now, what about this lanyard right here? I wonder what's hanging off this lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. Now, if I could just put my finger on it. So, if something's missing there, what could it actually be? Let's deduce it. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Well, let's see, so... It could be a travel wallet, could be? No? Is it this picture right here? I really like the new HD Spice collection. It looks nice. I'm gonna go with the photo of Mr. Hicks. Maybe that might actually be good.
Eureka!
Mr. Hicks's machine is nowhere to be found. His machine? Hell, his cell phone, Miss Nero. Ah, so I guess it's because it's not here. Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it. Missing cell phone. Alright. So, let's do some logic. Because I don't think there's anything else that we can look around for now. Alright, so what clues point to where the killer could have been? Well, let's see. The victim's body was found inside the elevator. I think what we'll do is, where is the killer? No. I have an idea what we should go with. Let's go with murder weapon Captain Ugo. And the other one I'm going to go with is the blunt force trauma. Because I feel like that was what was used to kill Mr. Hicks in the back of the head. It makes sense. A statue with blood on it lying next to a body of a man who was beaten to death. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out. Yes, what is it? The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head. Well, aren't we deserving of the Master of the Obvious title? Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating? It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon. Hey, Thunder and Lightning Gaming, good to see you guys. How you doing? Alright, wait, I skipped something real quick. Oh, I just knew it. I mean, I can't think of any other connection. Perhaps Master of the Oblivious would be more benefiting. So, that's jotted down, like the data. But how you doing, Thunder and Lightning Gaming? Hope you guys are doing good. Let me actually do this real quick. I'm gonna give you guys a shout out. Also, I gotta fix it because for whatever reason, it's not doing the / shoutouts like that anymore. It's supposed to, so I have to do it on my own. But there we go. All right. Well, I hope you guys are doing good. Okay, so now let's do a little bit more deductions with logic. So, where was the killer? Doing great. Oh my god, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. No problem. Ugo is Yugo in reverse. Yep, Yugo. Alright, let's go with where's the killer and to the elevator. Connect the dots together. True, there wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a different story. So we got in the elevator with Hicks. Yep. Let's take a look at everything right here. So we got in the elevator with Hicks, and spill grape juice is what we can use. I feel like that works. Connect. So we're playing Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth. This is my first time playing this game. I played other Ace Attorney games before, but I've only played the original trilogy. Now this game, I haven't. I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth. I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder. How am I liking the game so far? I'm actually liking it really good. Like, I actually see why people really like this game. What? Really? Yes. It's rather simple, actually. The proof is in the pudding, or rather the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact, that someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person. But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself? Ah, but if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless. Which means Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. Grape juice footprints data jotted down in my organizer. It's a nice change of pace with the cosmic courtroom drama. Yep. And that's the investigation. What's going on over there? LeBlanc. Unforgivable. This is unforgivable. Huh? You understand what I'm saying? The movie is late. It's the same level of bad as if the plane arrived late. But the movie... What? I will not talk to you anymore. You're just wasting my time. What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? There's no emergency. Please return your seat. Do not tell me what to do. I need not to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you're innocent yet? If you would like, I will prove my innocence to you right now. What? Nonsense! Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken? Not mistaken. Merely that there's room for doubts. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more. Fine, suit yourself. Alright, here we go. What I saw. I am certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that, in the lounge, yes? Then you, the only person in the lounge at the time, must be the criminal. Alright. Mr. LeBlanc's conclusion seems to make logical sense. After all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me. So, my eyewitness testimony, if you think you can destroy it, then come, let me see. Hurry. Do I look like a man who's having the time to wait for you? Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow, and fast. But yeah, this game is fantastic so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing just where this story's going. Alright. Time for the rebuttal. Alright. So, I am certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. Alright, let me press further so I can get more information on that.
Hold it!
Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at the time? Of course. I saw what was inside. And you are sure that the victim was in the elevator alone? Yes. The only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man. This last outburst is a bit too important to let go. The only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man. Alright, well... If the only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man, then, well... Unfortunately for you, there's something I want to show you. You see here, I have something for you. Oh, it's a floral design. I thought this dude was covered in bullet holes. Yeah. It kind of looks like that, too. So, I'm going to present these grape juice footprints.
Objection!
Mr. LeBlanc? What is it? There is a very glaring contradiction in your testimony. What do you mean? Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There, at the spilled grape juice. Yes, and? Will you admit you also spilled it with the blood? No. It spilled itself, during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is, the set of grape juice footprints. Footprints? Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounges, though. It's evidence that proves someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive. Oof! There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth? No. Can you please translate for us? No way. That's totally impossible. I guess is what he said. No way, that's totally impossible. I know there was no other person in there. I saw it with my own eyes. If you want to know why I think Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us. I suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be lying. But then, what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please, just once more, will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me? What I saw, part 2. I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me, and I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear there was no one else inside. No one. Mr. LeBlanc, if you would please calm down. What? That you two have an issue with my eyewitness testimony? No, not at all. Please, forget I said anything. Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. But I can't let this testimony stand as the truth. Give me 1 second, guys. I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. Oh, let me go back.
Hold it!
So, are you still upset now? I am always upset. The only time I'm not is when I have a piece of art in my hands. It's surprisingly easy to believe that about him. But I was even more upset when Mr. Hicks walked by me. I was always checking the time over and over again.
Hold it!
Why are you so attentive to the time? Because something unforgivable was happening. Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier. I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Return back to me my time. In money, you understand the point. Movie. Is he talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine? A summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting. They were supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. I cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. I look forward greatly to that movie. I check my pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. So my watch was not wrong. It matched the schedule. But the movie was still very late. Still late. Very, very late.
Hold it!
Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it, if that's okay. If that's alright. The movie I wanted to see would not start, so I checked my pocket watch many times. Many times. Alright, let me actually go back to this real quick.
Hold it!
So this movie you mentioned, is it the one listed in the Sky magazine? Yes. I was so looking forward to watching License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. Miss Nero, was this movie shown on this flight? Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time. Isn't it possible you simply slept through it by accident? Nonsense. You doubt me? No. Now stop pointing at me like that. Odd. How did he miss a movie that he was clearly hoping to see? I checked my pocket watch a great number of times. That much I know for sure. My watch was set to my destination's time. I always set it when I board the plane.
Hold it!
Watch the Steel Samurai instead. Sure about what you just testified, Mr. LeBlanc? Yes, of course. I am a very busy man. I am immediately busy when I'm land. I have many places to go and no time to waste adjusting my pocket watch. I see. That was a very valuable statement you just made. Flatter me all you want, but you will not get one cent out of me. That's alright. All it requires is piece of testimony. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me. and saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. Let me go back. I want to show him something.
Objection!
Mr. LeBlanc, your testimony just now contradicts this piece of evidence. Ah, yes, from the old word contradict this. Oh, you're correct. But what does that have to do with our present situation? The word compromise the parts against it speak. And they say I don't deal in such double talk. My art dealings are clean. That's all well and good. However, about this piece of evidence, there was no value in that. I'm not interested in buying that movie. Ah, there's plenty of value in it, even just superficially. All right, let me do it over here.
Objection!
Okay, good. Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony. I even set my pocket watch to destination time when I came on board. Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination. Yes, and the correct times were 6 cents. I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe the Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Miss Nero, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now? Well, we made a short stop at a transfer point. That's right. It was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Zhengfa. But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now, we're still running on Borknian time. What? The time difference between Borknian and our destination is not ours. In that case, it's only natural that your watch would be out of sync with the schedule. What? Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony, and you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In light of this information, it means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 a.m. Back 1,000,000 cents! This should clear up all the remaining accusations. So this basically widens the time frame from the time of death, right? Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m., it means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. The question is now is, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time, and what was he doing? I've got something to say. And you are? Yeah, oh. I'm Cammy Meal. I'm a flight attendant. And what is it you wish to say? Well, I think your story is a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting at his seat at 5:15, you know. So Capcom has another character named Cammy. That's funny. What? How can you be so sure of the time? Oh, that's right. He pushed his call button while we were parked at the transfer point. Ah, the stop we made for refueling cargo transfer in Zhengfa, correct? Yes, it was from 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks. Then again, Capcom does have another character named Ryu, but in the Breath of Fire series, no relation to the Ryu from Street Fighter. So this is just funny to me. And during that time, did any of the passengers leave or did any new ones board this flight? No. Not a single person got off or on in Zhengfa. What about the flight crew? The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gone on or off. But eventually everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane. So basically I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting. I should keep that in mind. So we got the refueling for Zhengfa. Yeah, and I answered his call. I can tell you Mr. Abke Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m. That's Mrs. Meal's testimony. Alright, then that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15 a.m. Okay, now what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth? I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Zainfa. Ah, you were here the whole time for 5, yes? Then you're the only one who could have been the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, were you really here in this lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. onwards? Unfortunately, yes. But then how do we explain the footprints? Is that not obvious? This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in this lounge, waited to kill him, and then he put the corpse into the elevator. That is when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken, but what time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the 2nd floor does not matter, because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge. Everything happened in this lounge? Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc? Well, what? Do you have another idea? I simply feel that there's something out of place in the scenario you presented. Is there something that could tie this crime to a location other than this lounge? Actually, there is. Let me go ahead and show off the footprints.
Take that!
These footprints, in which direction do you think these are headed? That would be the in-flight shop. Correct. They are headed in direction of the shop, but they look disconnected. They end all of a sudden. You are right to point out that they do not form one continuous trail to the shop. You look like Beavis right there, he kind of did. However, there's another piece of evidence that connects the shop to a crime scene. Besides the footprints, what else points to the in-flight shop? Well, see, the in-flight shop has souvenirs. This is one of those, the piggy bank.
Take that!
The murder weapon. This little piggy bank is sold in the in-flight shop. It is sold there and only there, and it's not displayed here in this lounge. How then did it find its way there? Find its way here? Don't you find that a tiny bit suspicious? Humph. Such a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop first before coming here. It doesn't prove you are innocent at all. Is there no way to win with this man? If I may. What is it? You see, well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says. Oh, and why do you know this so well? Well, it's just that piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes. And when was this? It was maybe around 5:40 a.m. Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence? That's right. You were in the shop just before the turbulence? Yes, I was. Come to think of it, Mr. Nero, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door. Yes, I did. And what is beyond that door? That's the flight attendant's room. Then, you were on the 1st floor. Yes. I had to do something at the shop and in the flight attendant's room. So I went back to the shop first, and then to the flight attendant's room. Are you saying you passed by me at some point? Yes. You seem really into the issue of Sky magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by. I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take the notice of who it was. Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there. Why did you go to the shop in the first place? I went there for a work-related matter. Work, you say? Yes. The upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities. Why did you not say anything about that until now is what I want to know. In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well. Shall we head over there then? But what is it now? Aren't you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I've already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're all right. Huh. That's weird. What is? Well, I just talked to the captain, see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all. What is the meaning of this, Miss Tenero? It means she's lying. Go on. Admit that you are. You said you have permission to search all over it, but you don't. And yet here you are. You, flight attendant. What are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us? The captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. So, did she do it? Oh, but don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way. Miss Nero, why would you do such a thing? Please excuse me. She's hiding something. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would follow me, I will be your guide from now on. There's something about Miss Nero that has piqued my curiosity. Right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. This is definitely something. Alright, so let's go. We gotta go to the shop now. So we gotta go to the right side. March 12th, 8:32 a.m. Flight G390, first floor, in-flight shop. So now we gotta go and check out the shop. So this is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess in here. You think? Guess I'll have to clean things up then. Teehee. Hold on. You can't clean up a potential crime scene. LeBlanc's finger gunning is hilarious. It really is. Like, he's just basically like he's definitely like a very strange character. Oh, thank goodness. I hate cleaning so much. I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. Because this piggy bank was left at the crime scene. So we got more information on the piggy bank. There was a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit. It's time to investigate. So, where do we begin? Alright, so let's take a look right around here. Let's start with these suitcases. What are these? Oh, those are company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. 50% off, yep. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it. Perhaps that's how things work on this flight, but in the real world, you try, then buy. No way, but either way, it doesn't really matter. True. Either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they board the plane? Maybe they could use it in the next flight. Anyway, see that? Just look at all that Captain Hugo heads painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? They're painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you? It's certainly making something jump inside my stomach. Huh? Oh, I guess there's no fooling your refined tastes. Huh? You look like you really wanted to get one. And I thought I was going to finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done, though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay? But I never showed any interest in it to begin with. It's really pretty horrible, isn't it? You want to know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda. Miss Nero designed this? Yeah, it was a company-wide contest. Well, it does have a very sharp design sense. Sharp? Like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe? I really have no idea why the big boys decided to go with it. It's so bleh. Miss Tenero designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would have expected. Ugh. What the hell happened? You okay? I'm fine. Please, watch yourself, Miss Meal. Letting a suitcase freely roll around has got to be a safety violation. Here, I'll put it back. These are all kinds of luxury name brand merchandise for sale in this display case, and they're all lined up just in such a manner as to scream, "Buy me," to any passerbys. Stuffed toys, just like the one Miss Meal is holding, are on display here. They're relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You want to know? You want one too. They're great for when you're stressed. Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? The glass from this display case door is shattered all over the floor, and it looks like there's nothing on display inside. Wait, actually, I think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat? Ooh, a tiny captain's hat. Oh, I'll take that. Wouldn't be surprised. Alright. There is a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases. You know what I suggest? Sorry, but I have no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip. Okay, then how about you buy something for me then, as a present? I can't think of a single reason why I want to buy you anything. But I've had my eye on that pendant for such a long time. Try paying some attention to me when I ask you something, and then we'll talk. Beautiful flowers in a beautiful arrangement. I feel cleansed just by looking at them. Well, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, excuse me. Inside this display case is a row of lifesavers and best for sale. We sell a lot of those when there's some kind of accident or something. But some people buy them even when there's nothing going on. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Can I buy one? Since this shop is a one shopper away from being sued. Alright. I don't think there's anything else to look at right now, so what we'll do is we're going to do some logic. So let's start from the beginning. Alright, so, what we'll do is, let's go with Murder Weapon Captain Yugo as the first thing. Second thing, let's go with the tiny captain's hat. Maybe this might give us something. The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get it at it? And there he goes. Come on. Really? Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in this shop. Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. So come on, how should I know anything? I sense that further inspection of this display case is needed. Alright, so we're not going to do any other... We had no reason to do any more logics for now. We'll do it later on. Let's check the case. I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious looking nook and cranny. So that's what we're going to do. So we got to take a quick look at everything. If we want to be able to... If we want to be able to get everything underway. Alright, so let's start. Let's start right here. I want to try to get as many things as possible. Is this the same man as the one portrayed by this actress around the elevator? Yeah, that's a paperweight of the founder of Go You Airlines, Mr. Yugo Hughes. On the bottom shelf, we have the cute one. The middle shelf is the realistic one. And on the top shelf, that's the floral version. Floral? Are you sure about that? Let me guess. You just hit the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like hit the bullseye. Alright, let's look around here this side. There's nothing of interest here. What about over here? The glass in the store is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank? But it's a bit odd that the inside of this case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus, the gas broke rather cleanly. Ah! Go you. Yep. What is it? I touched the glass and it cut my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth. It hurts. Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. Alright, well, let's look around. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Yes, it does. The piggy bank.
Eureka!
There is definitely something very unusual about this. About what? Killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Yugo bank. There should be shards of glass inside the case itself. Ooh, I see. Yeah, I guess it'd be like that. However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case. Nope, there isn't. Which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the glass, turbulence and right through the glass. Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor. I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off his head at the time, too. That's nice. Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain Hugo Bank from here after the turbulence. She's sleeping. Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Meal, and listen to what I'm talking. But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon. So you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake? Yes, at this point, that's a very real possibility. But then what if the killer went to take Captain Hugo? They broke the glass by accident. The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely. Yeah, but there's one person who could have. Oh, and who would that be? Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything. Miss Rhoda Tenero, huh? Alright, so now that we did that, let's get back out here. Let's combine turbulence and suitcase. Yes, there's definitely something wrong here. What's with the sudden yelling? Tell me, Miss Meal, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases? Oh, well, sure, they totally ooze strange. Like the color and such. That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention. You're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper. Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? But I guess they take after the creator. Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Meal. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind. I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. Upon closer inspection, they really are quite hideous. I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she heard what you just said. What's wrong? She makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? I spotted something that's not quite right. What's so unusual about this suitcase? Well, okay, so there's a clear difference. So the wheels are touching the ground right here. However, for these two, the wheels have a little holder on top of them. So that's why this was able to move and this wasn't. So if I were to highlight this, that means that something happened with this right, like the suitcase over here, like they could not move.
Take that!
Yeah, I thought you thought the design was odd too. I never said the design was odd. Yeah, please don't give me that attitude. I can't let her get me all wound up. Time to clearly take another good hard look. What is so unusual about the suitcase? I hit the wrong thing.
Take that!
And the wheel stoppers. What about this one?
Take that!
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure this out right here. I select it. Like What about this?
Take that!
This is what's so odd. I don't think it's this strange at all. I highlighted it. I guess I needed to move a little bit further down. Well, maybe not to that extent. Wait, what? Must overthink this. I should let the answer come to me. The hell? What's so unusual about this suitcase? It can't be the tags. I thought it was the wheels.
Take that!
Something very peculiar about these wheels. Huh? As in, there are no stoppers in place on these. Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying. And so it's very likely that the suitcase was placed here after we hit the turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? Let's zoom in. It appears to be unlocked. Let's take a look at what's inside. Basic cloth. And it's soaked with blood. It's blood. It appears that the suitcase is very strongly tied to her murder after all. So now we're done with the suitcase. So explain this to me. What does the suitcase have to do with the murder? I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used the suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something perhaps? But aren't you just talking about the cloth then? That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used the suitcase to transport is, well, so let's go right here.
Take that!
Something that would fit inside a suitcase and it's also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? Nice, nice. But, in light of this, I say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else, which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location. So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. What is it? Nothing. Just that I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. He says that he'd appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat. I understand his sentiments. However, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course. If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together. I found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge, and I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Meal reminded me about Miss Tenero, I can't allow my investigating to end here. The truth must come to light. To be continued. We're not quite done with this just yet, though. So let's save progress. March 12th, 1 p.m. local time, Hope Springs Airport. I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private. So I'm left wondering just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. I've been expecting you, Mouse Edgeworth. It's Franziska. Franziska? I thought you were still in Germany. I go where I'm needed. And wherever there are criminals to be caught, her name is Franziska von Karma. The daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest. Oh, what? It's quite frustrating, actually. I hope to exact my revenge on you at a different venue. But I have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day. When I disassembled the house for Von Karma will become a criminal. Have you no shame? Wait. There's all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. A misunderstanding? I heard all about the murder all over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat her to death. Franziska, do you honestly believe that I killed a man? I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I have investigated this for myself. I could put your arrest on hold till then. That's as it should be. Ha! I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together? I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I had no intention to. Detective Gunchu. Yes, sir. Too slow. Ow! Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up. Understand? Mr. Edgeworth? I'm supposed to guard him? A simple yes or no, detective. Ah, yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me. Miles Edgeworth. If you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you excuse me. Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay. You already stalked him, so that's easy. Yep. Thank you, detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Franziska is up to. Maybe I should ask a good detective. Very well. In that case, I have a few questions for you. Alright. So how is the initial investigation going? We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office, and we're taking statements now, sir. That sounds like Franziska. She was always good at quick responses to a case. I'd say she was, a little too quick, sir. Oh? How so? I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow, when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. It's kind of creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something, and had come in advance to await your flight's arrival. That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this. Miss Von Karma just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident. No details? It's kind of top secret, so she can't talk about it. Even with me, sir. Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, detective. By the way, the background, there is a familiar character. Although, I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine. Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate. Yes, it's high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh. Are you talking about, are you talking about this character right here? This character right here, or this one? Are you talking about this girl right here? Huh. Lunchland. Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch stops. Oh, I've always wanted to give their steak lunch a try. Which should I go with? I recommend our airport special, world flags, lunch boxes, only available for a limited time. Oh, the first guy? Okay. We have a variety of lunch boxes made up to look like different countries' flags. If you really want one that badly, Detective, why don't you go ahead and buy one? Is that okay, sir? Thanks. Alright, and I'm really gonna get one. Here I go. Excuse me, miss. I'll take a Star Spangled Banner lunchbox, please. I hope he's aware that it's the most expensive one on the menu. Looking from behind? I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Soviet Russia, wolf flags, lunchboxes, eat choo! Ah. No one spells it like that anymore, by the way. Mr. Edgeworth, we gotta get him some water. Found it. Lol. Uh-oh, I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000! Lols. This guy is talking in, like, late 2000, like the 2000s or early 2010s speak. A lot of language doesn't really work anymore. Very outdated. But my next latent move, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai, Warrior New Old Tokyo. This is cringe. So, is this the Steel Samurai actor? Versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. It's gonna rock through so many boxers. Oh my god, this is so cringe. Good thing it was a false alarm, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, he's the director. So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. Completely ignoring me as usual. His name is Sal Manila. Oh yeah, Sal Manila. I forgot his name. Let's look at this boy. This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes. I'm all excited to see this many planes too. Just look at the size of these things. Do you like planes too, mister? The balance between the main wings and the tail wings is really something, huh? Haha. Seems as this child deserves his pleasure from a different aspects. Yeah, the first game. Oh, but I've also got a thing for the shape of the wings too. Here, mister, you can stand next to me. So about that plane's wing. Tisk. Thank you, Detective, for leaving me out of this conversation. This man was in the first class with me. It was quite shaken up by the whole affair. I'd be pretty scared too if I got caught up in the murder investigation, sir. Quiver. I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. This life is best proof that I made it alive. It's now my prized possession. How could you just take that from the plane? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's got nothing to do with the murder, at least. Lunch lad. Not bad. This guy been big enough to... Oh, I already did this one. Oh, so they're both linked together. I thought they were different. What a view of the planes preparing for takeoff. I want to ride a plane someday and go overseas. Have you never been to another country before, Detective? Nope, not yet, sir. I don't even have a passport. But I've been saving up for that eventual someday, a penny a day to be precise. At that rate, he won't be making any trips until well after retirement. Alright, let's go. March 12th, 1:37 p.m., Flight G390. Second floor, first class. So you must be the captain. Oh, yes I am. And who might you be? I am the prodigy prosecutor, Franziska von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Ah, don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do. Well, what are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy. I won't bet money on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person. Sure, you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir? He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I like to leave that type of witness to Francisca and her whip. Ah! March 12th, 1:40 p.m., Flight G390, First Floor Lounge. Now, see here. Ah! Sorry. I'm sorry. How long do you intend to hold me? Is it impossible for me to be the It's impossible for me to be the criminal. I told you. Mr. LeBlanc? Oh. It's you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend. Did you finish taking a statement yet? Yep, all done, sir. I did not concern if you are not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay. Art? What sort of art? Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small. From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts. Folk costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat? Kinda looks like that other piece of cloth. Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me? Oh, it's a bargaining clock. As I suspected, your hat is made of the same material, I suppose. What a weirdo. Yeah. Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from over the seas for more. Bloody cloth data updated my organizer. Then this is the cargo you were talking about earlier? No. My cargo this time is many gigantic. You detective. When can I have my cargo moved? Get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. The stubbornness of you police. It is no good. And it is no good that the attendant refuses to exit the attendant's room. That attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero. What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc? She was taken to the attendant's room for her interview, and then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her. Why is Miss Tenero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time? Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you? Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room. Poof. Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances. I understand. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Francisca's logic. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here. In the very lounge the body was discovered. By the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant, his own body was found. The only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This, unmistakably, makes you the likeliest suspect. The likeliest suspect, Francisca? Do you have a problem with that? No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute. I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, but I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break her line of logic fast. Alright. Let's not try to complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here, in the very lounge the body was discovered. Okay, but there's something I kind of want to show you right now. So, let's go right here. The suitcase.
Objection!
it would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all. And what does that mean? I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used a suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Objection!
Now, who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? Excuse me? All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that the suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth. I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily. You should know better than that. Amon Karma is perfect in every way. But did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point?
Objection!
As it does proof of that. Where is the proof that the suitcase was moved around? Well,
Take that!
the spilled grape juice in front of the elevator? Yes, and I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. Where's the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here? Well,
Take that!
we can assume these prints belong to the culprit and they clearly lead to the shop. I asked for proof about the suitcase. Give me any unrelated evidence and you'll feel the pain in my whip. There's no need to remind me. My body learned that lesson a long time ago. These prints are important, but there's something else that's even more so. But am I supposed to hit this one?
Take that!
Take a look at this. And what exactly am I looking at here? I don't like to repeat myself, but I suppose it can't be helped if you didn't spot on your own. Now then. Oh god. Yeah, but wait a second. She's asking about the suitcase. Oh, perhaps this?
Take that!
This mark here, wouldn't you say that it looks like suspicious like tracks from two wheels? I suppose. Further, there's also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. This means that the suitcase is containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else. I'm glad you come to your senses.
Objection!
Not so fast. This still doesn't put you in the clear. Not by a long shot. Alright. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit in that turbulence. And then you waited for the victim from the lounge, or you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit the patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from, and pretended to be the discoverer of the body. Wow, okay. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly. Just what are you insinuating? Then I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in her logic in one fell swoop. Yep. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence? Well...
Objection!
The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic, essential tools that those who would stand in the courtroom must learn to master. But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? Sorry, but BS will always be BS. Truth and logic will always shine through. Yep. A fake? This Captain Hugo Piggy Bank is such a fake. It's not the real murder weapon. What? The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important, and it was taken after the turbulence had occurred. But then what about the blood in the bank? What do you make of that? I assume it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did three things out of the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick up the bank up from off the floor and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Acme Hicks. You there. Yes, ma'am. Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? We didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence, and the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood. I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end. But it's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir. Eek! If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside the suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means that the real murder weapon is either still on the murder's personage, or is still at the real crime scene.
Objection!
There's one more possibility, and that would be that the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon. But didn't we just... Let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence, by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time the glass pane in the door was broken. I say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see. So that means the killer had the key to the display case. Francisco, the person you're talking about. Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying. Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her. Yes. Very well. Permission granted. But only if I could sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other? I have no intention of interrogating her. But you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish. Mr. Nero's in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. March 12, 2:23 p.m. Flight G390, first floor, flight attendant's room. So you're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. Yeah, the interesting turn of events. So she's not quite blaming or accusing Miles anymore. So now we're moving on to Miss De Niro. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Miss De Niro. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too. Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did? Alright. So this is where we talk to her. Let's start with that. But first, actually no, we're not. Well, go on. Let's hear our troublesome attendant out. In due time, I do have one thing I'd like to ask you. Yes. Do you plan to continue using that web for the foreseeable future? Of course. I'm recommending a testimony out of the people thanks to it. Yeah, and probably a whole ton of yelps. Down! And I'm willing to bet that the majority of them came from you, Detective. This door leads to the cargo hold, but I can't let you through without Miss Von Karma's express permission. That's not a bad way to handle a situation if it was any old case. But this isn't. So between you and Miss Von Karma, who's better at their job? Oh, there's no comparison to be made, Detective. None. What exactly is this panel for? Excuse me. Ah, that's the emergency control panel for the elevator. We used it to stop the elevator on the first floor, and to keep its doors open. So these are the attendants' lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine them, sir. Why must men always be so rude? Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search through this attendants' lockers? Wait, detective. It would appear to be uncouth of us to look in a woman's locker without her permission. Yeah, I guess so. Plus, I feel this murder is trapped and I can sense a whip not far behind. It's one of those suitcases designed by Miss Tinero. You can tell it's hardly ever been used by the lack of even a single scratch on it. And what are inside these boxes? Oh, those are some souvenirs I bought in Borgia. There's so many, there's even a second box. Well, yes, I find that folk art from around the world does great things for my creativity. Those suitcases certainly could have done with a whole lot less of your creativity. What is all this junk inside these boxes? There's no rhyme or reason in any of it. That's all lost and found, Mr. Edgeworth. Gold crowns and swords and necklaces, it's like a treasure trove in here, sir. The fact that these were left on the plane implies they were carried onto it to begin with. So it tells me it's time for Go-Yu to send his metal detectors out for repairs. Miles Edgeworth, isn't there something that you should be doing right now? Of course, I should be asking Miss Tinero for her side of the story. That's right, and how does that have anything to do with what's over there? Nothing really. If you already knew that, then why don't you hurry up with the interrogation already? It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk just by looking. I'm almost certain that the well-kept one up top belongs to Miss Tinero. Ew, this bottom was a giant mess. You sloven, squalid scoundrel of a man. You dare scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy? Yow! There are some things in life best to keep yourself, detective. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission. What do you mean? The captain? He only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Meal. Yes, and on top of that, that super messy bed, yep. I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all the charges. Really? You will prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Tinero, is it? There's just one more thing I'd like to ask of you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well, Why the sudden hesitation? Francisca seems to have struck a nerve. Alright, let's see if we can get more information out of her from that. All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work then? Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes. I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell. Miss Tinero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. Alright. Well, let's, bring this up. What about the suitcase? If you could please take a look at this for me, Miss Tinero. Oh, that suitcase. Yes. About the suitcase. You're the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured something else out about it. The suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there? Would you please tell me more about the suitcase? Yes, I will. I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were selling. What the fuck? I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care. But I really wanted to know. And I was glad to see that it was the last one out there. The last one there. Oh my god. So you say, Miss Tenero, that the suitcase in question is the last one? Yes, they're just so popular they're practically flying off the shelves. That's not exactly the impression I got. The one in the shop is most definitely the last one. Well, we're currently looking at the suitcase. She stalled, yep. Really? Then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. But I didn't buy anything. I didn't say anything about buying it. Then say you'll buy it. I'm sorry, I can't. But why? I think it'll go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional. Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous. But what? Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on, my issue with the suitcases isn't the design, it's the number of them remaining. Remaining? There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it. 2? But that's impossible. I'm sure there was only 1. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only 1 suitcase left. Let me sit up. Something's amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? Huh? By the way, Miss Tenero, what is one of those suitcases doing here? That's... I thought you said there was only 1 left. That one is... It's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. She's used it for a long time? I think not. Miss Tenero, I appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me? I don't believe for even 1 second that you used this for a very long time. What proves that this hasn't been used for nearly as long as Miss Tenero says? These tags?
Take that!
Tell me, Miss Tenero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase? Ah! What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. Yep, that was where I presented the tags. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Tenero, I think I understand. I know what you are trying to hide. Now then, the suitcase was originally in. So is the options of the flight attendant's room, the in-flight shop, and first class. I'm gonna go with the in-flight shop. Seeing as how the price tag is still on the suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought the suitcase was... It was you.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it, Miss Tenero? I hate to say this, but the suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly the design that you poured your heart into was selling. And you were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like you were selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right? Then the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I had finally accomplished something. But the suitcases didn't sell. It's because of the design, isn't it? All because it's, as you put it, hideous. Starting to feel pretty bad for her? Yeah, I can totally understand. Like, Because she put her heart and soul into the design of the suitcase, and nobody's buying them. So she decided to try to buy it herself, so people would see her with it. Maybe they might buy it themselves. I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either. They weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there, day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked. You buy one every single time you work a flight? I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase. This receipt is clearly time-stamped at 5:40 a.m. So we use that as, that's going to be our evidence. The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Miss Nero, where are these other suitcases? They should all be down in the cargo hold. Then the suitcase the killer used could very well have come from the cargo hold. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases to... Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. Ow! How could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be. Mr. Nero, is there any other way to get the cargo hold other than the elevator? The only way is just through that door there. And what about security? That door has no special lock install because just to enter this room, you need a special key card that only crew members have access to. Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room. Eliminating the passengers and leaving only the crew members as potential suspects. I can't believe it. Yes, Raziska? Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karma name. And what do you mean by that? So it was an inside job, okay. That's actually pretty bad. The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story. Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their key card. Miles Edgeworth. You're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? Yes, that's the only realistic possibility. That other attendant, Miss Meal. I asked her earlier, and she had this to say. Francisca got information out of Miss Meal? In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different key card is required. A different one? Yes. And the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Nero, and only you. Ah! What? Is this true, Miss Tenero? Yes! I keep that key card in my locker at all times. Could you please show us that card right now? Yes, hold on. Ah! I don't believe it. What's wrong? The key card. It's gone. Very clever. Pretending that your car was stolen when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You really thought this through. Wait! It's not like that. You can tell us all about what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Edgeworth? wrong? This disbelief written all over your face. Francisca, I know that you're the lead investigator on this case. However, hold it. Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth? I intend to do likewise. It's going back and forth. March 12th, 2:52 p.m. Flight G390 lower deck cargo hold. Wow, so this is the cargo hold, huh? It's so big. I like how she just arrests her on the spot. Yep. This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and a luxurious first-class seating. So this is the real scene of the murder. There's certainly a high probability of that, which is why we're here, correct? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. Time to investigate. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And then you immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder. Yes, I was. Why at this airport? I've been following a very large and involved government-level international crime, but it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Interpol's involved? It's a top-secret operation, so I really can't tell you any more than I already have. Hey, what's with the suitcase, pal? It's what the victim checked in, sir. So this suitcase belongs to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file. And there's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir. Looks like a profile of Francisca. Why did Mr. Hicks have documents on Francisca in his possession? Why would Mr. Hicks have a file on her? Let's do Interpol, and then we'll do Profile Francisca, and connect it and see what happens. Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Francisca? Oh, I know. I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir. Francisca said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her. Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was, in actuality, Interpol Agent Hicks. I think Francisca has some explaining to do. So now let's talk to Francisca. Alright. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you? Nonsense. What are you talking about? We found a profile detailing information about you and the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks. Isn't that correct? I should have known you figured it out, Miles. But it looks like they got hit to him first. So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent then? Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. Smuggling ring, huh? It's probably going to be something we're going to really find out soon. You know what I'm honestly thinking? I really think it goes back to that LeBlanc guy. Maybe he has something to do with it. I really think that it has to, like, LeBlanc has something to do with it. That he claims he's doing all this painting, like he's selling all those paintings and all that, and some souvenirs. But I really think that there's something bigger than that. Something that he's really doing, and he's using selling art as a front. And Francisca knows this and is trying to go after him, but at the same time, she needed to get some sort of proof, and that's where the victim came in. So he went undercover to investigate this crime, and it was I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a phone call from him on his cell phone once he landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. Like, as Hicks is basically like the guy that is the agent, and he knew something about maybe not LeBlanc specifically, but about the people that LeBlanc's working with, that he could pass along the information for investigation for Von Karma. That would make a lot of sense. Alright, so let's check this out. Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair. It's supposed to be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company's planning to dispose of after this flight's over. This paint job is really cool, don't you think? It particularly screams artsy. Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it will bring you much happiness. You think so? Then maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200? I think I'll pass. And Mr. Nero wonders why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs just to buy one. Although, it definitely looks like one is missing. What's this brittle substance I'm stepping on? It's a bunch of glass fragments. Well, we can finally use, like, the broken glass. So we use glass shards and broken glasses. Let's link them together. I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses. The victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lenses. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected. So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir? Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now? Oh, it is. I didn't know that. Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. I think we now have pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold. But what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Ow! Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Francisca, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No, unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed. I see. But this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that. And then the killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases, and they entered the elevator. And while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open, and Agent Hicks' body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. Investigation complete. I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage. What? Really, sir? I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer cannot be none other than Miss Rhoda Tenero. Alright, let me set up. Alright, so let's do this. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhoda Tenero. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that. Let me quickly save before we continue on. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Just had to take care of something. Alright. Let's... I know what she's trying to say, but I'm certain... Not certain simple as that. Let's do this. Alright. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that allows the elevator to come down here. That may be so, but let me press to get some information. But it's highly likely that the key card was stolen from Miss Tenero.
Objection!
It's highly likely? Is that possibility the best I could come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father? Yeah. Yes, well, while I don't have any evidence, Be quiet, you're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda Tenero, you know. It's not just a key card that gives her away. Are you talking about the murder weapon, the Captain Hugo piggy bank? Yes, she's also the only person with a key to open that display case. Further, there's the matter of the key to display the case that held the murderous bank.
Hold it!
But that is a fake. Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. You must keep on insisting that it's a fake. Then what is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? I am going to go with the body. Franziska, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions. Oh, was I? Yes. We don't even have the autopsy results yet. How can I not say that you made snap judgment when you have yet to even see? If the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon. Scruffy. Yes, sir. Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy. Yes, sir. He just runs. We got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What is it, detective? They're still doing the autopsy, but they said that they already know this one thing for sure. Report, now. The doc said that it's one giant bruise remaining from his shoulder down to his mid-back. From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back? He was beaten over such a wide area? Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign that the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir. Autopsy report. Scruffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? Well, that's, was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective? Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir. You're completely useless. Yow! Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there. No, you removed yourself from my way. What is all that racket? My luggage, my cargo, they're mine, and I demand you to return them to me. We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience. I suppose there's no choice. Finally, I think you gave... Hey, what do you... You have left me no choice but to use strong force. Ah, you won't get past me. That's it. So that's what this whole thing has been about. Further, there's a matter of the key to the display case that held the murderer's bank. After all, you know that we searched the entire cargo hold and came out empty-handed. Nothing could be found. The doc said it's one giant bruise meeting from his shoulder down to his mid-back. Poor Gumshoe, yep. Gumshoe deserves better. Alright, so let's figure this all out. Alright. Let's start with the cause of death and the piggy bank. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there's extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. A sizable weapon. So, if weapon can be found, and a sizable weapon, if we were looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. But so far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally, it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration. Big, you say? Something big. What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here? Franziska. But what? What do you want? I found it, Franziska. I found the real murder weapon. He did? He really jumped. We didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time. He might be hurt. We should go check about him, sirs. There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop the habit. This is coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across. Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence. You two aren't listening at all, aren't you? Come on, then. Show me this real murder weapon you speak of. Alright. I don't have the evidence to show. I don't have any evidence to show you. Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. There it is. There is classic Franziska. What do you mean by I don't have any evidence to show? Perhaps I should have phrased it as that which caused Agent Hicks's death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I figured out what was the real cause of death. The suffocation, freefall, strangulation. Freefall. The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground. He fell to his death? Yes. This is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back, and the only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death. But the murder happened inside this plane. I know. Are you claiming that there is some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from? As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time. You can't mean... Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs in this very cargo hold. What? Then, we're in trouble. We may have a second death on our hands, sirs. Hey you, tell me you aren't dead, pal. Quiet. Why are you screaming? He's alive. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that. I suppose it's true that it's not possible, given the current circumstances. The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean? Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would happen then? It would have been a Borgian pancake for sure, sir. I suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. But the reality is that the cargo box is there. So there's no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios. It may be in there now, but there's no proof that it was always there. Ha! As if there could have been a window of time when that giant box was not there. Ah, but there was. What? What can I use to show her that it's possible the box was not always there? Well, I mean, we really need to start deducing it more. There is something that we can actually do. So, let's go to the next page. Alright, so perhaps we have this. The refueling in Senfa. Made a brief stop to 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. to transfer cargo and refuel at transfer point.
Take that!
You refueled in the Republic of Senfa? Yes. This flight had a short layover in Senfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question. Ah, it's labeled Senfa Express. Correct, meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Senfa. So you can see, now it's updated. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time? It would mean that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Senfa leg of the flight, making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible. Ah, but your theory is still very far-fetched. But allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. My first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. Alright. So let's do that. This is a rather large piece of cargo. There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. Aleph Fred statue. Never heard of it. Nor I. Well, all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime. Well, let's get investigating, sir. Blah, 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 blah. Look here. Do not go about touching my possessions without my permission. Ah. Don't rush up on me like that, pal. So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him. Well, let's figure this all out. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc? Of course it's mine. I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe. This Aleph statue is worth 10 million cents. No, maybe much more. Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold. 10 million cents? I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, Detective. Darn. How do you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year. Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun. I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, so that's 10 million cents. Is that euros or dollars? Does it really make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there's a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case. I was wondering if you'd allow us to examine it a bit closer. It's a very valuable piece of art, so no, there will be no touching. Well, I think I know what I'm gonna do. Connect the dots here. If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring, then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Zenfa. I think I need to question him a bit further. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be fake. What? How dare you say my art is fake? I suspect your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring. Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I had certification of my cargo right here. Do you mean the cargo certification document? LeBlanc be like no touching. Yep. Mr. Zink LeBlanc. Why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say? It says plain as day. The cargo was put onto the plane in Europe. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. This statue was brought on board in Europe just as it states in the certificate. Note that's... which means that there never was a window in time in which the statue wasn't sitting here. I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself. You can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see if I'm right. This. I know I've seen this somewhere before. This is the Aleph Red. It gives off such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it. The statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled in a museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it. I believe a closer look is warranted here. So this is the infamous Aleph Red statue. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something? There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. Maybe this eye over here? Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Eureka!
Maybe using that picture. These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? Yeah, and pretty. They remind me of sunset when I was in grade school, sir. I don't think you see what I'm talking about. No, I do. But it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember sitting out in that field spinning with my arms out till I felt ill. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo? Huh? Ah, sir, they're red. As I thought. This statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc? What do you want? Do you not know I am a busy man? I allow you 2 seconds for your answer. The alley Fred, I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not? It's the biggest trophy on this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess the statue? The trigger started 17 years ago. Better grab a chair, sir. Sounds like this is going to be a long story. Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy. But what is that sympathy? For what? You'll see. I like you to compare the eyes. That large fellow there has some very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. I wasn't talking about the 2 of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo. Why the sudden yelling? Now then, ugh. There's a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. Ah. Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake. A fake? I believe that even further examination will be required. Now that we have confirmed that this is indeed fake. Hey, Retro Gamer Kevin, hope you had a good stream. Let me see what you're playing. You're playing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Hope you have fun with Mario Kart. Hope you enjoy Mario Kart, dude. We're playing Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth, the first one. And I'm enjoying it, no problem. This game is actually pretty damn good. There must be some sort of the proof that this was brought in Zenfa. Yeah, I'm on this because right now I'm on the 2nd story. And I will present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. So we got to look at the eye. So what's next? Huh. What's this? Statue looks like it's stepping all over its neighbor's cloth over. Yeah, I had a blast on Mario Kart, even though 200cc is impossible. 200cc is tough. It kind of resembles Zelda's attitude, in a sense. I still hope that you had a good stream. You, what you said now? Further, my clothing's hem is not being stepped on by anyone. It's too expensive for me to allow that to happen. Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinate. Why should I forgive the trespasses unless it's expensive dress and you keep it? Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Eureka!
There's clearly a contradiction here. What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of cargo getting stuck under the piece of cargo. Ah, that's not possible. But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue's on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighboring piece of cargo was brought on board in Zen 5. There's no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Zen 5. But then what about the cargo certificate? Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There is only one reason why. You proof of some smuggling activity aboard this flight. So you say. But I don't believe you had to do that mid-flight. We could have just as easily inspected all the cargo after the plane landed. That may be true. However, you have it backwards, Francisco. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane landed. But he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there is someone involved who was forging or modifying cargo certificates. So we update that. I guess the victim knew the real version of this was going to get nabbed, huh? Yes. While this photo could have been seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir, it was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. A rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board. A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Zhangfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler. Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zhangfa leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Officer? Move the statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath. Now! Miss Von Karma, I'm ready to report my findings. Go on. After moving the Aleph Red statue out of the way, we tested the area underneath it with luminol, and there was a reaction. Here we go. I see. There was a reaction to luminol, an indication that there was blood in that spot. Can we stop looking at it now, sirs? It would seem that my deductions were correct after all. I suppose it would appear that way. The culprit cleaned the blood up well. And how do you think the killer did that? How did the killer clean up the blood, all the blood? There's one logical answer to that, with this.
Take that!
The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. I see. They had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Zhangfa. Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Zhangfa? There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. But if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Zhangfa, then this becomes highly suspect. So we got Miss Tinero's testimony, Miss Meal's testimony, and Mr. LeBlanc's testimony. We're gonna go with Miss Meal's testimony. Recall Miss Meal's testimony about Agent Hicks in regard to when we departed Zhangfa. I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in the seat at 5 a.m., you know. She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but that totally contradicts the facts, sir. But why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person who could answer that is Miss Meal herself. So now, this is where Miss Meal comes in. I have a feeling we're almost done. Because after this story, we're gonna call it after the story, but we're not done yet. So I want to see more. March 12th, 3:35 p.m. Flight G390, lower deck, cargo hold. Miss Meal? Miss Meal? Huh? Do you recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls when you were departing from Zhangfa? Huh? You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible. Because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Zhangfa. Oh? Miss Cammy Meal. Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did. No one could make a mistake so large, Miss Meal. But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction. Very well, Miss Meal. If you please tell me about your alibi during the time span, but just before we were to land at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found. Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, you are a suspect. Miss Meal's alibi. Yeah. From 3 to 4, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Yeah. And from 5 to 6, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Meal, wake up. She fell asleep again. It looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her. So I have to. Alright. It's not this one. From 3 to 4, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Let's just move on. Yeah. And from 5 to 6, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. This is where we press.
Hold it!
So you were alone the entire time, were you? Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi. Oh, well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes. Miss Meal, there's a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony. Huh? What are you talking about? It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m. No. So, I am going to present something. See the suitcase receipt? 540.
Take that!
I wonder if you'd be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal. Huh? A receipt? For what? It's for the suitcase Miss Nero bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m. Miss Nero. Yes. Huh? Why is the killer here? I thought you have her locked up by now. I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Nero, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in-flight shop, correct? Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase, after which I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off. And did you see Miss Meal there at that time? No. So Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Miss Cammy Meal. Huh? Bathroom. I'll be the one to ask the questions here. Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed her. Nature calls, you know. Do you take me for a fool? That's a little too convenient to be true. But it's the truth. Cross my heart. I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage. You don't believe me, do you? Well, please, won't you give me a chance and hear me out? Looks like we got another testimony. Reason for suspicion. Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. But you think that maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too? She's the one in charge of the elevator key card and the shop, you know. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious. Please leave Miss Tenero out of this conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now. I don't get it. Why are you coming for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda. Of course I keep an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I? Never mind. But you want to know something? Miss Rhoda actually kind of I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design. Now's not the time for this sort of talk. Alright, so we're gonna have to press her somewhere. We just gotta figure out where. Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. Not here. But you think that maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too? No. She's the one in charge of the elevator key card and the shop, you know. Okay? Explain.
Hold it!
And what are you in charge of, Miss Meal? I take care of the attendance room. That doesn't count. But I spent so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammy's very talented in languages. so she assists passengers who may not speak English, especially those who speak Borgnian. She's the only one on this flight who is fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of what I'm in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place? What else could I have meant? Yeah, so I'm really good at Borgnian. She's fluent in Borgnian? And I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borgnian? Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Borgnian. Very interesting. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious. All I'm in charge of are the attendance room and some Borgnian stuff. So, I would like to show you something. Alright, so I'm going to show her the Aleph Red certificates. So, let's do that.
Objection!
So, you're the only one in this flight crew that speaks Borgnian. Is that correct? Oh, yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Borneo for a while. If that is the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose: to lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed the document in Borgnian is you, Miss Meal. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Aleph Red could not have occurred. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you. Oh, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth. It is exactly as you say. Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling? No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document, but you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There is no direct correlation after all. She's blowing bubbles. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper. Really? All you did was sign it. I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So sorry about that. It seems that she's finally woken up. This is going to be one tough fight. Suppose. And this is just a supposition. Even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you were involved in smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding the smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is a smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes. Whew. So perhaps there is some element of a setup at play in this case. What are you talking about? Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First, it was myself. Now it's Miss Nero who is under the microscope. Seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can. You have no proof that Rhoda is being set up or that she isn't. Actually, I believe that she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. I believe that the plan was to push all the blame for the crime onto her, and this evidence will prove my suspicions. This proves that the killer was out to frame Miss Nero from the very beginning, and that would be the suitcase.
Take that!
The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor? However, why go through the trouble to do so? The only way all of these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Nero for the murder. Miss Nero buys a suitcase on every flight she works, without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. Oof. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whoever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop, and brought the piggy bank to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for the fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway? That is because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. What special circumstances dictated the need for the killer to frame someone? There's where the murder took place, when the murder took place, and who the murder victim was. So, I'm going to go with where the murder took place. Special circumstances simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age, so no matter what you do, chances are the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Mr. Nero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Mr. Nero or myself, but you, Miss Candy Meal. Only you and you alone could be the killer. Yawn. And? Huh? Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence. Ugh. I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I still can't quite fit into the big picture? Well, there is something. The missing cell phone, I guess?
Take that!
I don't have any actual evidence. I thought not. But that's because it went missing, and it still is. Missing? What do you mean by that? In the complex puzzle that is this case, there was one piece I kept getting stuck on. And that is the victim's cell phone. Francisca? You were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks' cell phone. Or at least, that's what you told me. That's right. But Agent Hicks' cell phone could not be found in the crime scene. You mean the killer took the phone with them? Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer. Come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, would his phone break as well? We won't know that until we try a little experiment, will we? Francisca, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not? Of course I do. Agent Hicks' phone. It's ringing from somewhere, sir. I hear it, detective. Now where's it coming from? Alright. Be right back. March 12, 12 p.m. Flight G390, first floor, flight attendant's room. The ring is coming from somewhere in here, sir. Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. What is it in this locker? The ring is coming from somewhere around here. But it's not here, sir. Why do I have such a bad feeling about where we're going to find the phone? The ring is coming from in here, sir. But what? No, it can't be. This has got to be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is this, sir? It's Miss Tenero's. What? March 12, 4:28 p.m. Flight G390. Lower deck. Cargo hold. So, Mr. Edgeworth, how did it go? Where did you find the phone? I found it in the flight attendant's room. In Miss Tenero's locker. What? But, Rhoda Tenero, I don't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Miss Von Karma, isn't it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Tenero right away.
Objection!
Wait. I have a theory. This is related to the incident with the keycard. When the killer went to steal the keycard, the conveniently stashed cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time.
Objection!
This is related to the keycard, alright? In the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is the evidence. That is the one bird we cannot ignore. What should I do? Francisca's right. Can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright then, why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? It must have something very incriminating on or in it.
Hold it!
What now, Miles Edgeworth? It's not over yet. We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone. What? Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail. So with the screen. The LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with this. That's the first thing. This must be the switch that opens the phone. So it's also like a piece of is also something that you can use to text. It's a device to text people, and it has like a keypad. When did they start putting keyboards like these in the cell phones? This was actually in the mid to late 2000s, before the smartphone came in, before the iPhone. Hey, this is one of those computer cell phones that they started selling recently. Computer cell phones? Yeah, it's got a computer in it, and it's a cell phone. Neat, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? All you need in a phone is the phone part, nothing more. I guess yours can't even send out email. Talk about inconvenient. Do you have a problem with what I do and do not care for, Detective? No, sir. As I say, simple is best. Alright? And then let's check out the camera. It's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of the smuggling? Francisca, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures? Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir. This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine. Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures as evidence for his smuggling case? If so, I say there may be some very inconvenient photos in here for our killer smuggler. But the phone's all busted up, sir. Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone. I'll find a way, don't you worry about that. Yawn. May I go back to sleep now?
Objection!
The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What? What do you mean by that, Francisca? It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone rang when I called it, meaning that the only LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still there inside waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone. Francisca, your phone, if you please. Very well. It's transferring. Alright, displaying it now. This is... Agent Hicks was most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for his smuggling case. Hey, the alley thread's nowhere in this pic, sir. But this has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right? Ouch. She's right. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks's killer, sir. Is this the end? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? Well, we're gonna have to figure something out right here. Let's check. We must find something that we could use. But what could it be? Alright, so let's look around. What about these boxes over here? What's all this? Huh? Oh, they are cargo ship from Bosnia to Zengfa. So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Zengfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Unfortunately, there's no English written on them anywhere. One cluster of boxes written in Borgnian. It says blah 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 blah. It's cloth in English. Thanks for the bits. Cloth? Could it be? Is this what the killer... But what? What for is that scary face? Miss Meal. Yes? It appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. Huh? He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is. Ha! Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth. The Borgnian cargo and this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer. Let's present this Borgnian cloth.
Take that!
And what is that supposed to prove? The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilt. But there was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? And now I have finally found my answer in this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Zengfa had cloth written on it. In Borgnian, that is. And that is where the killer grabbed the pieces to clean up the blood with. That's right. The killer was someone who could read and understand Borgnian. And the only crew member that fits the description is you, Miss Cannongill. Ha! That's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Borgnian.
Objection!
Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature. What? There was no need for the killer to tear through the boxes at random at all. And if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borgnian, well then, logically, the killer would have opened the box first. Maybe this box right here?
Take that!
Hey, it says bed sheets in the English right on the box. Precisely, and bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say? So what are you trying to say? That if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first. However, the killer chose to use some Borgnian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that? The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold. So they were afraid to leave signs of that the box for the sheets had been opened. However, the Borgnian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different color. Because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Zenfa. That's right. That is why the Borgnian cloth was used. And the only Borgnian reader on board who can make such a calculated decision is you, Canny Meal. You and you alone. Ugh. Excuse me. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we have to do is contact the Zangfa authorities in time. We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. So what do you say, Miss Meal? Why not confess to your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigations in Zenfa? Oh no! Got him!
KO!
Oh! He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it.
You win.
Yeah. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. March 12th, 5:26 p.m. Flight G390, first floor lounge. We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir. Very good, detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir. She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing is for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. It looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. Mr. Edgeworth, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much. It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation. But truly, if it wasn't for you, I may not be here right now. Instead, I could continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that, well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation. That's... I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it. No. I mean, I would never turn down a lady's generous offer. Oh, thank you. I'm sure we'll serve you well. And remember, we here at Good U Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Now I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue, no matter where you go. I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir, but boy, was it fun. Speak for yourself. My day was full with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By the way, where's Franziska? Oh, she's filling out some customs paperwork for her departure. Departure? Yeah, Miss Von Karma's always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding her case. Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier? You got it, sir. March 12th, 5:47 p.m., Hope Springs Airport. Franziska, I thought I told you when you first landed. I have no time for idle chatter. I had no intention of wasting your time, however, it has been a while since we last met. I also have no time for such familiar reminiscence. Just who do you think I am? You are Franziska Von Karma, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect. Until only a little while ago, I was but a wretched mudge who was always losing to you. A dancing Pierrot living her life on the name of fame her invisible father built. True, your father, Manfred Von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible. Huh? What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture. Sounds like a dangerous assignment. You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself. Yes, I suppose you can. Plus, there's another agent on this case with me. Oh, another agent? He's a star among Interpol agents and has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows? You may even run into him one day. I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we would cross paths. I suppose. But I doubt he would say the same. I'm not following you. You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back. In full. And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness. I can finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for her whip. Detective Gunshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation. It was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. Oh. I think I'm going to celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight. Just how much did you cut his salary by, Francisca? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office. Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down to the road in the patrol car if you want. Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival at home. Francisca von Karma, the smuggling route she was after, the leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on the other side of this war, they would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Huh? Edgeworth speaking. Ah, finally. I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through. And you are? Ah, have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Huh? Mr. Amato? Ernest Amato, correct? Ah, so you do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son. He's been kidnapped. Huh? That's the end of the second story. So the third story has something to do with kidnapping. Let's see. So Turnabout Airlines has been complete.
You win.
Next time, we're going to do the Kidnap Turnabout. That is going to be the third episode. So we'll come back to this one next time. So that's going to do it for Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth for tonight. So we managed to get through the first two stories for this game. Not bad for my first stream for this game. Like, we got through two. I was thinking I was only going to get through 1.5. But no, we got through the first two. So we did it. So we still have more to go. Episode 3 will be happening at some point next time. So like I said, I have a change of plans and schedule. We're still doing Splatoon 3 tomorrow for Switchiversary, but Thursday is going to be the Disney Afternoon Collection, where we're going to be doing Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers 2, so we can finish that collection up. Then we're going to do Fortune Street Madness. And then Sunday is going to be Miles Edgeworth. We're only going to do Chapter 3 on Sunday. So that is going to be the plan. So thanks to everybody that tuned in. Thanks to Super Big Kaiju for the 100 bits. And thanks to both H-Bomb and Friends and Retro Gamer Kevin for the raids. I really appreciate the support tonight, as always. Let me go and see just who is online that I could go send the raid over to right now. Because it's 12:37, so there's clearly people on right now that I can raid. Let me see who we got. Let's see. So, what do I want? Who do I want to raid? Let's see. So, of course, right now, there's still plenty of people online playing Monster Hunter Wilds, which, again, that's a game that I plan to stream in the near future. What is this game right here? Let me just take a look. Oh, that's a game I still have to do. But looking at who's on, who I can raid right now. I'm gonna go send the raid over to Panda Wish. I haven't raided Panda Wish in a while. She's currently playing Final Fantasy Tactics for the PlayStation, a game that I actually do want to stream in the future. So, Panda Wish is who we're gonna be sending the raid over to. She does a lot of retro streams, so we're gonna go get the raid call going. So we're gonna go send the raid over to Panda Wish. So she's currently playing Final Fantasy Tactics. So with that, I will see you guys next time for the next stream, which will be Splatoon 3 for Switchiversary. That will be starting up tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. So I hope you guys can tune in for that. In the meantime, that's going to do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. May you all take care of yourselves. Be awesome. Stay awesome. Tell your loved ones you love them. Check on them as always. Fight for everlasting peace. And I'll see you guys next time for the next stream. And now, you are playing with power. Good night, everybody.